Little man on the scene trying to sound real tough. Standing on a stool, still ain't tall enough. Reaching for the counter like daddy, pick me up. Wants his lukewarm brew in his favorite sippy cup. Baby pain, stomp those socks. Tiny little sneakers, big boy talk. Puffs that chest, can't lift the lock. Bangs on the door till the hinges pop. Baby pain, just a little guy thinks he running the game. Baby pain, wants a big desk, can't spell his name. In charge of the case, I don't think so. Give him some toys and shut that door. All he wants is to feel that large, but I'm the one in charge. Yeah. Poor little guy ain't got one friend. Crying to his mama, why's it all gotta end? Why? Tears on the floor. Kicks his legs, then he's back for more. Fake mean mug with the jelly on his chin. Throws one punch, then he runs back in. Hides behind mom when the world swings back. Wants big boots, still rocking snags. Baby pay. Just a little guy thinks he running the game. Baby pay. Wants a big desk, can't spell his name. In charge of the case, I don't think so. Give him some toys and shut that door. All he wants is to feel that large, but I'm the one in charge. I'm the one in charge. Stomping up and down, red face, small frame. Tiny little storm trying to make it rain. Wah, that's his war cry. Big boy dreams in a shirt size 5. Baby pay. Just a little guy thinks he running the game. Baby pay. Wants a big desk, can't spell his name. In charge of the case, I don't think so. Give him some toys and shut that door. All he wants is to feel that large, but I'm the one in charge. I'm the one in charge. Here comes Molly. Here comes Molly. Jumping up and down, she's jolly. Door dashing all day in the lobby. Say she saw the killer in the hallway sobbing. He was right next to me. Molly said calm like it's meant to be. Blue shoes, red cat, that's the memory. But the take got gaps, it's a broken scene. Walking around in circles, phone at her ear, just scribbling purple. Notes on the napkin, arrows in the spiral. Every time she tells this story go viral. Who got to you, Molly? Why you laugh so loud? Why you act so jolly? Blood on the curb, you just call it hobby. Smile in the sirens, girl, that's ungodly. Meet Molly. Tell us again, we know Bill is your friend. Meet Molly. Do it again. What's real? What's not? Everything you see is all fogged up. Meet Molly. Tell us again. Do it again. Do it again. Do it again. Time to change the story. Oh boy, she grin, it's the fun part, surely. First he was behind her, then across the street. Then he had no face, then he had no feet. Detective taking notes like a drum line. Every new version got a new punchline. She claims it her way, that's the headline. Molly in the frame, but she's still online. Why your eyes so wide? Who you tryna hide on the inside? Fog in the brain, but the shoes still tied. Pointing at the crowd, yo, the killer right beside. Meet Molly. Tell us again, we know Bill is your friend. Meet Molly. Do it again. What's real? what's not? Everything you see is all fogged up. Make Molly. Tell us again. Make Molly. Do it again. Hey. Oh my, but why? Make Molly. Why you spin truth like a game, like a hobby? Every time you talk, whole room goes quiet. Whole block rioting and you just deny it. Make Molly. Tell us again. We know Bill is your friend. Make Molly. Do it again. Do it. What's real? What's not? Everything you see is all fogged up. Dirty green. Yeah, you know what I mean. Smile so clean. Dirty. Hey, hands so filthy, unseen. Hey. Big man on campus. Shark in the Letterman jacket. Laugh while the whole town drowns. He just skims off the habit. Lives in the shadows, fake sugar on his teeth. Tells tales at the conch out. Nobody buys what he speaks. Dirty daddy green. Pocket fat from grief. Plays a saint on Sunday. Wears the mask all week. Got the suits on a string. All the badges on a leash. Blink once you miss it. He'll drag you to the brink. Dirty daddy green. Proud of what he steals. Smiles in your face. Signs crooked deals. Every hallway. Every street. They're all in his pockets. Kissing his feet. He got MPD in his jacket. ISP on the chain. Every handshake, every favor. Bought and paid in your pain. By the feeder at the banquet. Posing like he runs the place. But the rock drips through when you look him in the face. Oh! Dirty daddy green. Pockets fat from grief. Plays the saint on Sunday. Wears the mask all week. Got the suits on a string. All the badges on a leash. Blink, watch you miss it. He'll drag you to the brink. Dirty daddy green. Proud of what he steals. Smiles in your face. Signs crooked deals. Every hallway. Every street. They're all in his pockets. Kissing his feet. Watch him. Don't even blink. He'll have your world gone faster than you think. He laughs while you think. Says it's all just business. As he pushes you to the brink. Dirty daddy. Dirty daddy. Dirty daddy. Pockets. Dirty daddy. Dirty daddy. Pockets fat from grief. Plays a saint on Sunday. Wears the mask all week. Got the suits on a string. All the badges on a leash. Blink once you miss it. He'll drag you to the brink. Dirty
How about now? Yes, no, please. Hello, hello. You can hear me now? Thank you, Jesus. Good God, what happened? I have no idea. Welcome back, guys. Again, I'm so sorry for the delay. Welcome back to the cafe. We're open for business. Yes, we are. And guys, we are jumping into of course, I'm sure you've seen it 335 times, the Dr. Turvey interview, breakdown, and discussion with the custody queens off the clock. I'm going to run our intro like we always do, and then we will jump directly into this. Hang loose. Make sure you hit the like button, guys, please, and thank you, and share this out. That being said, you know what we do. Let's do it and get this moving.
Neon lights flicker like broken halos. Whispers gather in the smoke-filled air. Tables carved with secrets and shadows. Every story's a wound laid bare. The kettle's boiling with a restless rage. Justice written on an unseen page. I sip the silence, bitter taste, waiting for the ghosts to show their face. At the TruCrime Cafe, we serve up the pain they try to hide away. Pour another cup of the truth you crave. Raise your glass to the names they betrayed. Mirrors cracked, reflections are liars. Ashes fall where the guilty once stood. The jukebox hums like a funeral choir. Echoes pounding through the neighborhood. Every scar is a candlelit vow. We hug the how, we demand the now. No more silence, no more disguise. We'll paint the night with sharpened cry. At the TruCrime Cafe, we serve up the pain they try to hide away. Pour another cup of the truth you crave. Raise your glass to the names they betrayed. This is not a sermon, it's a battlefield hymn, a requiem dripping from the bottle's rim. The guilty write stories in invisible ink, but we'll drag it all up from the edge of the brave. At the TruCrime Cafe, the reckoning burns like a black bouquet. Every shadow will pay.
All right, all right. Welcome back, guys. Hopefully you can still hear me. Can you still hear me? I hope. Pray. Yes, no. Please say yes. Please say yes. You can still hear me. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Somebody please say yes. Can you guys hear me still? Okay. Thanks, Moto. Appreciate you, bro. All right, guys. Welcome back. Sorry about all the delay and all the technical issues. Great to be back with you guys. You shut your mouth, Sassy. I ain't playing with you today. It's wonderful to have you guys back. And again, as I'm sure you've seen 3 million times now, I want to review the Dr. Turvey interview with the custody queens off the clock yesterday. Great show. Very eye opening, mind opening, and mind blowing. All the fun things. So it was a crazy interview, crazy show with crazy thoughts, feelings, opinions, and insights into the whole thing. So, um, very interesting for sure. So come on in, guys. Take a seat, get off your feet, grab your cup, fill it up. Let's jump into this mess of a case because it is a mess. That is for damn sure. But he did definitely say, Dr. Turvey said some very interesting things. And he did justify some of the things that we've talked about and raised a lot more questions about some things they raised questions about Anne, the defense team, more questions about the prosecution, the judge, all of them things. Plenty to talk about, and we will. So come on in, grab a seat. Looks like we got Ms. Angel D in the house. Good to see you, Angel. Thank you so much for joining us today. Miss Rowe, wonderful to see you. SRBBB, good to see you. Ashley Love, welcome to you. Jesse Schul's in the house. Great to see you, sir. Also, we got Ms. Leah in the house today. Sassy, Cassie, the sassy one. Great to see you, Miss Cass. Tara, Cassie's also the one who puts together all of our interesting things in our merch shop. So if you're looking for some of that stuff, check it out over there. If you want something particular, let us know. We'll see if we can put it together for you. Sky Blue, good to see you. Miss Tara. Saluther75, welcome back to you. Sparkly Starfish, great to see you. Catherine Carpenter, welcome back to you. Gen 7, welcome, dear. La la, la 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 la. Good to see ya. Mikey's in the house. Good to see you, brother. Italian girl, welcome back to you. Baby Ames, baby Ames. Mama D, welcome back to you. G Bean, welcome back. Great to see you. Moonflower, you as well. Michelle F, welcome back. L Solar, welcome to you. Eddie, my man Eddie. Well, good to see you, One Maiden Nut. Thank you for joining us. Good golly, Miss Molly's in the house. Great to have you. I want to thank my videographer, Miss Molly, of course, and of course my production manager, Mikey, the last 24, for making all the things happen that they do. And if you guys want to see those intro songs and outro songs that we have here on the channel and many, many, many more, go check out Molly's channel, Molly Drake, right there. Please and thank you is the link. Go subscribe to her channel, guys. You won't be disappointed. If you like the music and all the other things that Molly does, she's so very talented. Go check them out. In Stitches in the house. Good to see you. Beach Babe, welcome back to you. Aquamarine, welcome back to you. Let's see here. Who am I missing here? Miss Teresa, great to see you today. Pa Norman, great to see you. Already hitting us number one on our goal for the day. Miss Moonflower, good. Great to see you. Thank you, Norman. Again, appreciate that so very much. Very generous of you. Very much appreciated. Harry Potter's Beard's in the house. Good to see you today. Catherine Carpenter, welcome back to you. Janet Wallace, welcome, welcome. Great to see you today. Moto Man, what's up, brother? Good to see you today. Yvette Casey, welcome to you. Proburger and Proud, welcome back. Good to see you. Baby Ames, of course. Italian Girl, Rose 76. Jesse Schul, L Solar, great to see you. Court RN, welcome back. Totally Boggled. Joanne, Lindsay Steves, welcome to all of you. Great to have you here. Oh, Lord, let me see. I'm looking. UK Jackie, good to see you. Tara D. Suzanne Coombs, I think it's pronounced. Good to see you. Thank you for being here. Um, we're getting there. I think I'm almost done. La 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 la. Let's see. I think that is Sweet Pea. Great to see you, Sweet Pea Aquamarine. I just said that one. Miss Girl, good to see ya. Ms. Wendy, good to see you too today. Thank you for being here. And I think that covered it. Terry Weed, welcome to you. Ms. Mamikins, DKM. Fox Rooter, welcome back. Ms. Kawanda, welcome to you, dear. Thank you for being here. Okay, that time I think I got everybody. Noni McPoppins, welcome back, Miss Noni. L. Edlow, welcome to you. Great to see you. Every time I think I'm done, one more pops up. I love it. Donna 7 to 9, good to see you today. Miss Teresa 8793, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Mm-hmm. Okay, I think that's it. If I did miss you, I will catch up. I promise. Good to see you all. We are open for business. Great to be here with you all today. So very much. Appreciate you. And Marie 78, welcome to you. Good to see you. So how many of you saw the interview with Custody Queens off the clock and Dr. Brent Turvey? If you did, put a 1 in the chat. If you did not, make it a 2. Please and thank you. Welcome, Becca. Crafty Mama, welcome to you. Some of you guys probably saw half. Okay. Miss Leah. Michelle. Michael 007's in the house. Proberger and proud. Our friend Michael from Scotland. Actually, is from UK. Transplanted to Scotland. Great to see you, Michael. The one and only Mert's in the house. Good to see you. Matt Emlo, welcome, brother. Good to see you. Oh, we were dropping. I was typing boom all over the place in my Discord as we were watching it. Yes, there were some bombs. Definitely some bombs. And we're going to go through this. Deception dismantled. Good to see you. I do have to fix another channel in here at some point while we're going through this, and I'll probably do that in the background. So we're going to go through this. I'm going to run this thing. We're going to play it, stop, discuss it. Play it, stop, discuss it. I'm going to go ahead and put the link in here. Wade Bird in the house. Good to see you. That way you guys can join me and discuss it with me if you'd like. All right, there it is. I'm going to go ahead and pin that for you guys. As soon as it rolls up and lets me do it. There it is. Okay. Sunshine and Flip Flops, welcome to you. Gen 7, great to see you. And the link was, I'm sorry, not the link. The interview was put out via the Custody Queens. Holy shnikes. It's a boys' night out up here today, guys. Jesus, all the boys join me today. Uh-oh. Congratulations, SRB. Happy Dagoversary. Almost there. 35 months. That's crazy. Crazy, crazy. Welcome, Jesse Shule. How are you, sir?
My mind was blown. I stayed up all night to watch that. I'll tell you what, after watching that, I had an epiphany. My epiphany is when I grow up, I want to be just like Dr. Brent Turvey.
I'm a fan myself, sir. I'm a fan. I think he's what we needed.
I'm not sure how long it's going to take me to grow up, though.
Well, that's a great question for all of us. I'll be honest with you. And I'm sure there's people that disagreed with him. But with his background and his, Moto Man fell out the window. Moto, welcome, brother. Good to see you. Eddie, welcome, sir. How are you? Great to have you here as always.
Thank you, Dago. Good to see you as well, as always.
Yes.
Hello,
Always
Jesse and Moto Man.
Hello,
Yeah, good to see everybody.
Great to have you guys. Great to have you guys. Here's my thought. I know a lot of people are not. Yes, it is a sausage fest. Welcome, Dory. Good to see you. My opinion, I was mind blown too in some aspects. I definitely was. Now, the way I look at this is with this man's background, his credentials, is the reputation he has to uphold for what he does. I can't imagine he would come out and say too many things that couldn't be proven to be wrong or that he could possibly be sued over. That could be a bad thing for him, I would think. So I'm just saying that's my thought on him right out of the gate. I'll say that. Now, that doesn't mean that everything he said is probably 100% on point, because I think he did make a couple of little mistakes here or there of things he was talking about, basically because it wasn't his wheelhouse, maybe. But besides that, the things he was saying was really, really kind of making me think, at the very least, and ask questions. Okay. So I'm going to say that right out of the gate before we get started. I'm not 100% decided on anything in particular. So before anybody asks or anybody goes in that direction, I just have questions, a lot of questions that I'm going to have to see other things to be able to answer first. Sorry, Jesse. Let me move that out of your face. There you go.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't even realize it was on there still. So that's where we're going to go with that. But I'm going to pull this thing up here. Like I said, I'm going to start running it from the beginning. And as we go through, we'll stop and start every so often and discuss the things that are said as he does it. Because there's a lot, in my opinion, too, a whole lot of questions. At the very least. Okay. Harry Potter's beard, good to see you. Oh, be careful. YouTube has been real touchy lately. Their bots seem to be drunk or something. I don't know what they're doing, but they've been making mistakes. Got me stumped. Welcome. Good to see you. Ray Turn Clyde, welcome to you as well, Mr. Girl. Ashley Love, Wade Bird, Angel, Matt. Okay, I've seen all you guys. Great to have you all here. So, it looked like most everybody said they saw it. I don't think Eddie said I think you said you did not see this yet, Eddie?
I have not seen it, would you believe?
Oh, I mean, you're not going to like it. You're not going to like it.
There's some things on here I can almost promise. I mean, Eddie has an open mind. I'll say that much, but there's some things I promise you probably won't like.
Yeah, and I don't want to make this intro about me, but a little bit of housekeeping. So the last time I was on the panel with Jesse,
yeah,
guys, I surprised myself. I caught myself. I had to check up. It was when we were discussing about Ann Taylor, and I've really had to do a lot of reflecting since then. I'm like, where did that come from? I was really passionate about that topic, and
you're not the only one, bud. Don't feel bad.
I'm trying to understand it, but I think I have a handle on what it is. There was a little discussion thread in your last night's live stream, Dago, and Jesse kind of started it, and I think Aries was part of it. And I'm trying to understand it, and maybe we'll be able to get into that a little bit too today. Who knows? But yeah, I don't know. Hopefully, I know it wasn't the best look.
You're allowed to have your opinions, bud. We all are.
I didn't think twice about it, Eddie. I'm glad to see you here today. I was more worried that you were going to be pissed at me.
No.
And I certainly I understand when people have differing opinions, and I don't expect everybody to share my opinion. That's part of the experience, the life experience that I want to live. Is everybody is free to have different opinions and still respect each other. So I could sense that you were a little bit frustrated with some of the things I was saying, and unfortunately, as much as I respect your opinion, you got to respect mine too. That's that. And as long as we both come to that arrangement, I would imagine we won't have any. And I hope that you didn't interpret my comments in the last night as derogatory towards you. In fact,
I didn't see much last night. I wasn't there, but I did kind of just read. I didn't even. Somebody did
come in and say, "Why the hell does he care so much?"
No.
And
I've been aware.
I tried to defend you. I tried to defend you, saying, "I think we all care an awful lot about this."
No, I was again surprised at my own way I handled it, and I hope I didn't come across as.
You're good, brother. You know that you're nobody's gonna.
My interpretation of myself, it was like, did that come across like he wasn't entitled to his own opinions? Like I was the.
I don't think it was. No, I don't think it was that. I just think that you were voicing yours very strongly. I don't think you were. I didn't take it, and I know Jesse did. He already said he didn't, and Jesse's a pretty tough guy anyway.
I felt like Eddie was warning me don't say too many bad things about her, or I'm going to lose it, which I think is fair enough. And I have enough respect for you that I tried not to push it too hard. But put it this way. After seeing this interview, it's hard to imagine my opinions changing.
I mean, yeah, it might make you question something. It made me, and me and you've been in the same boat with Ann. You guys know I'm a huge fan of Ann for more than one reason. I have to say though, regardless of what I have supported for 3+ years, I have some serious questions now that I want to get answers on with her. So that's why we're doing this.
Well, you know who else was a huge fan of Ann? Dr. Brent Turvey. He said,
yeah, he was.
Her mind was like an encyclopedia. He had high praise for her prior to the plea.
Yeah.
So I mean, he didn't just say, "I don't like her."
He even makes a comment, Eddie, that he's like, the Ann Taylor that I know, this isn't her. Something happened, and
isn't that basically what I said on the last time that we had this conversation?
Yes, absolutely. And for him to say that, I was like, whoa. And then he goes into some other things that make a lot of questions. But you don't have to come up here and excuse yourself, Ed, or make any kind of excuses. We all love you here. You're part of the family. Everybody understands the passion you have as much as we all have. So you're good, bro.
Yeah, I'm happy to see you here today, Eddie.
Absolutely.
Well, that's my thought.
Sorry about that.
That's all right. Oh yeah, Moonflower had a question, and I haven't forgotten it. It was on that day, but it was a busy panel, so I didn't get around to it. But yeah, like I said, maybe we'll be able to touch on some of these answers.
Yeah,
as
definitely.
To what's the source of this passion that I have for that. I might be able to help everyone understand, and myself too, maybe in the process.
Well, I think I have a level of disappointment in I can feel to some extreme, but is it vested? I don't know yet. And again, if I didn't say, Moto, good to see you, brother. I hope I did say that. I didn't want to leave you out. But there is a passion, and there's been a passion since day one with her. I have a very high respect for her. I always have. But at this point, I have to look at every angle because I have more respect and passion for the case itself. Okay. Not just the defense attorney or you know what I mean? Not just specific people, because of what we're here for. So, and we're all still here for the same thing regardless. I know that.
Oh, I caught my thought. I was going to say, regardless, no one should have, the feeling that they need to kind of preface what they're going to say with, walking on eggshells, or I hope this doesn't offend Eddie, or, something like that. That's, if someone feels that way, then it's obvious that I've probably maybe handled things the wrong way.
I mean,
So,
I don't think you did. I think you just
I don't want to be that guy.
You're
is what
not that guy. Everybody knows you, dude. You're not that guy. I think you just allowed your passion to overtake you for a little bit more than you normally do for a moment. And I get it. I do. I was doing the same thing for a while, so it's no big deal. Now, I'm going to forewarn you. This may spark that up a little bit more because there's some things in here that I didn't expect to hear that most of us didn't expect to hear. Um, some of it, yeah, we did because of the book, because of different statements that were made. You know, it is what it is. But some of it I was not expecting. But regardless, it doesn't make anything any different. As I've always said, we can all have differing opinions about different things and still shake hands and walk away at the end of the day as the same people we were when we started. That's how it works here. So no worries. So I'm not going to let them do the whole introduction thing. I'm going to start right out of the gate with Turvey. It was, of course, the custody queens, Kristen, Sam, and I guess Ron is now part of that. He's a regular person there now. So Ron is the appellate attorney. Sam and Kristen are family law attorneys. And the three of them interviewed Turvey. And it was a very interesting interview at the very least. And like I said, I know quite a few of you probably saw it already. I'm going to remove their chat. We're going to review, break down, and discuss. Now, for those of you that aren't familiar, Dr. Turvey is a crime scene specialist. I think his absolute specialty is noticing or being able to point out when a crime scene has been staged. He's very good at that. That's his absolute specialty, I believe, amongst a few other things. And he's got 30 years plus experience, and has worked many death penalty cases. He's got a hell of a track record. I'll just put it that way. So, and I think we'll go from right there. And if you want me to stop, but I'm not stopping, let me know and we'll do it. So just let me know. You guys know how we do it.
He works major cases. That is primarily any cases involving death, sexual violence, or multiple victims. Major cases, big time public cases. Attorneys will call him. He's got so much experience and so much time that he has worked on these and seen. He's probably seen about everything, and he's worked on cases that have ended up eventually in pleas and verdicts being set aside. So we're really anxious. Now we're going to bring him up right now. He works.
Oh, real quick. Pokey's in the house. Whoa. Good to see you, Pokey. Just had to do that for you. Whoa. Life Critic, good to see you. One Can Leanne, love your name. Welcome. Deb Tutro, a.k. El Solar. Anybody I may have missed, I promise you I will catch up by the end of the show. Sarah D's in the chat, guys. Make sure you're following Sarah D on Twitter. She has everything boxed up in a nice, pretty little package with a big bow on top of it. With this case over there, you can find out anything you want. Lisa Marie, welcome to you. I know you do, Pokey. We love you. Astastic, great to see you. Sausage Biscuits in the house. Good to see you. Sherry Cohen, welcome back. All you guys. Elgiani, I think I'm saying it right. Welcome to you. Cruddy's in the house. Good to see you, Cruddy. Thank you for being here. Sparkly, good to see you as well. All of you guys, 272 peeps in the house. Make sure you're hitting that like button, please. Let's do it. Fiji, welcome to you, dear. Good to see you.
On cases all over the country and all over the world. He's also senior forensic advisor to the Dubai Police Criminal Profiling Unit, in addition to all the other stuff he does. So we're very excited to welcome Dr. Turvey.
Welcome, Doc.
Hey, how you doing?
How you doing, Dr. Turvey? We're so excited to have you on.
Well, thank you for delaying for a week after my oral surgery. It's still not healed yet, so people can hear my lisp, I'm sure.
No worries. No worries. We're so happy to have you, Dr. Turvey.
I'm glad to be here.
Yeah.
All right. Let's jump into it. I don't want to waste any time because we have such precious little time with Dr. Turvey, and I know that we personally probably have 100 questions, and that's not even considering everything that you guys have all sent to us one way or another. So we're going to rip the Band-Aid off, Dr. Turvey. We're going to go right to the meat and potatoes. Ann Taylor.
Perfect.
Let's start there. Go for it.
You first. What's the question?
Well, we all saw your response. So let's start there.
Well, let's start with what she said. I mean, I think that's a fair place. My response comes after her public sort of admonition. And it, for me, it's kind of, par for the course with that team. Subsequent to the revelation of the plea agreement. How do I put this? I think I am fairly shocked.
Now, for those of you that are not familiar, what he's speaking on is the statement that Ann Taylor made. I think it was last week we got it through the Idaho Statesman. She made a comment and basically called Dr. Turvey out and said, she kind of called his credibility into question. I guess you could say it that way. And said that he was violating an NDA, things like that. And that's pretty much for the basis of what it was. That's what he's speaking on, like right now at this point, because that's what they were asking for, which was kind of out of character. I think a lot of us thought we hadn't heard from Ann Taylor in, 8 months, and all of a sudden, boom, here it comes, because he came forth, made a statement. We all know this book right here. For those of you that aren't familiar, The Broken Plea was written by Christopher Whitcomb. Dr. Turvey is mentioned in this quite often, okay, as a source reference, so on and so forth. And there were some statements made in here with that, and that's where Ann comes forth with some of her statements that she made.
And our discussion on the panel echoes the sentiments of what Dr. Turvey's about to say.
Yeah. So at this point, this is what he's referencing at this point, based on Kristen's first question.
As is, I think, the world, that a defense attorney would come out publicly and admonish one of their own experts for discussing exculpatory evidence for their client. And it begs the question as to whether or not she's representing Kohberger or something else. So, because that's not in his best interests. His best interests obviously are served by full disclosure of all exculpatory evidence and testing of all potentially exculpatory evidence. And that's all any expert should be.
Now, I do want to forewarn everybody, regardless of this man's credentials, this man is a no-nonsense, blunt, to the point, somewhat, he just puts it out there. There's no fringe, there's no icing, there's no sugarcoating, nothing. It's about as real as you can get. So just forewarning, it might be a little harsh in some aspects, okay?
Advocating for. If you're advocating for truth and justice and full disclosure and transparency, which are sort of the hallmarks of good scientific practice, that's what you're advocating for. And when you hire somebody like me, that's what you're saying to the world. Hey, we're bringing in independent experts who are independent, who are going to give us advice about what evidence exists and what evidence does not exist, what evidence should be tested, and what evidence might be beneficial to understanding the full narrative of the case. And the idea that you would leave physical evidence untested that has potential exculpatory value is shocking. It shocks the conscience. And so the idea that you would admonish somebody for saying, hey, there's this really important piece of untested evidence that we need to talk about, that's sort of, again, it's problematic, and it raises real questions for me. But let me explain something else. Let's flip it and say it this way. What would it say about an expert that you hired who sat on exculpatory evidence and didn't say anything publicly, and later on that evidence was discovered and tested and exculpated a client or a defendant?
All right, I'm going to start right there. What would it say if you hired an expert in a defense case to help to provide and prove your client's innocence, the defendant's innocence, so on and so forth? If that expert were to just sit on it quietly, hide it, not put it forward to help to defend and exculpate that defendant, that would be a problem, in my opinion. Right or wrong, everybody.
Not just the expert, but the entire defense.
Well,
Everybody involved with the defense, I think.
Yeah, but starting off with just that expert is what he's pointing out here before he even jumps to that point. But if you hired the expert to do that and they didn't tell you what they found, they sat on it, you'd have a problem with that expert. We all would. That's the whole point. And that's the point I'm making with that first statement. What Jesse said, we're about to jump into that next. So, but yeah, absolutely.
So let me
just say about the entire team of experts that said nothing and sat blithely by while the judicial machine sort of steamrolled the defendant.
Would not think very highly of them.
What?
I would not think very highly of them at all.
Exactly. So while in this moment, there are people who are chagrined by this discussion of publicly available material, I am more concerned about those who would rather suppress it.
And is it safe to say, Dr. Turvey, that this is the first time a defense attorney in a case that you've worked on has come out and made such a statement?
I've never seen it before in any case, ever, in my 30-year history. I mean, if you can name that case, I'd love to know.
No,
I've seen experts for the state and for the defense who've come out and made massive blunders, massive errors, massive failure to disclose misconduct, incorrect interpretations, looking at photographs upside down and interpreting them incorrectly. That happens all the time. And you never see a defense attorney coming out and blasting them for it. Or even the state often might do it a little bit, but not the defense, not their own expert. So it really starts to beg the question, what is the purpose of hiding this evidence? What is the purpose of not wanting to discuss it? And to be very clear, the sort of the admonishment is generic. It's only that I'm discussing things, not that I'm wrong, not that I'm lying, not that I'm incompetent, not that I am biased, or not that I am doing something that violates a court order. None of that is happening. If it were true that I were violating her confidentiality agreement, there would be severe and immediate legal consequences, as there should be. All right?
Pause.
The problem is Brady versus Maryland, which is the Supreme Court ruling, which states that you can't you have to disclose everything that is potentially exculpatory, and the person who decides that is not the prosecution nor even the judge necessarily. It's usually if the judge is going to make that determination, they do it in camera, alone, in their chambers or whatever. But generally, you're supposed to disclose everything that's potentially exculpatory and let the defense do their own investigation of it. So everything that I've discussed has already been disclosed by the state. She's just.
Did you want to say something, Eddie?
Yes.
I'm sorry about that. I missed that. I'm sorry, bud.
So I understand this correctly. I need to ask, because it feels like he's talking in generals, but let's speak in specifics. He's talking about someone suppressing exculpatory evidence. Is he speaking of the defense?
Absolutely.
And if so, then what exculpatory evidence? Anything specific? Or
the stuff that he's going to get to it, I think, here in a bit, different parts of it. There's 3 or 4 different things that he pointed out that are most important, and he will get to them. But there's specific things that he put in his report. The things that he cares the most about are the hair in the hand, the sheath, and the cleanup. And there was one other thing that he'll say it here soon. But these are the things that are like the biggest deals to him in this case that he basically, the cleanup. Thank you, Becky. And the cleanup that was done.
I think the entire case should have been tossed just based on Maryland.
Oh, the 911 call. Yeah.
Just Maryland versus Brady with the, for example, he He did make a big deal about the way that the hair was labeled as debris.
Yeah.
And I believe that has to be a Brady violation, because a Brady violation technically is failing to disclose exculpatory evidence, but mislabeling it in order to hide it, or any attempt to hide it, I believe, is also a Brady violation. And clearly, I mean, you can't label hair as debris. And I made a big deal about this when we were talking about it on the panel last week as well. It would be like if you had shell casings or semen or bodily fluids. You can't label that as debris. It has to be labeled as what it is, especially something as significant and pertinent as shell casings or semen or bodily fluids. And hair is in that realm of significant findings, and mislabeling it as, there's only one reason to label it as debris. Can anybody think of any other reason to label it as debris?
If it's debris, it's debris. Other than that, then you.
But to mislabel it is to hide it, right? You're trying. It's a clear attempt to hide evidence.
Yes, because if you would have put, because it was never tested against anything, as it'll be explained here shortly, and that's why it was labeled as debris. Because if they would have put hair, it would have automatically been pulled into question, jury and all, when said, okay, who did the hair belong to when you tested it? But they didn't. They tested it against one thing, and that was to see if it was Bryan Kohberger's. That's all they did. And it was proven it wasn't. They didn't test it against anybody else in the house, which is a huge problem. That's it. That's just, it's not enough. So, and he'll tell, like, your question gets answered here in a few minutes, but go ahead, bud. What were you saying?
But the function of testing, of conducting an investigation, rather, in a normal, right side out world, where everything is to be taken at face value and everything is righteous and true, that's not the defense's job. So is he suggesting that it wasn't done and it's Ann Taylor's fault?
Well, what he says, it's not that he calls it out that way. It's the fact that he found out the things that were wrong, and at that point sat down with her and said, look, I found this, and this, and it completely exculpates your client. And basically she, based on what he says, as you'll see, she ignored it to some aspect. She knew about these things because he pointed it out to her, not because she found it, but because he found it and pointed it out to her, and she completely disregarded it. And that's why he's so worked up about it, because it would exculpate Bryan, and Bryan wouldn't be sitting where he's at if she would have taken this to the table, I guess.
So not to keep belaboring this point, but are we to believe, is Ann to believe that this hair still exists? Or
he said it does, that it's been held. Well, they say, we know how this works, but they say it is still there in safekeeping somewhere within evidence. So, and the point is that Hippler could still order this tested if that were to come into question. Will it?
And if the hair doesn't exist, then now we're talking about evidence that's been
disappeared,
mislabeled and destroyed,
purposely destroyed. Right.
I have a hard time believing that it still exists, and we have a long history of destruction of evidence in this case. Why would it still exist?
I mean, it should. And there Turvey says that last he was told it was, but there again, we've been told things that have like that things just disappear. So it is a very high likelihood that it doesn't. So unfortunately, because if it is called into question, because as you'll hear, there's a criminal investigation going on that's going to come into play towards the end of the video, and I'd rather just let it play so it doesn't get all out of order and everything, and it's more understood. But you'll catch on to that too. But but it's all labeled as debris, and it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be at all. It should be labeled as hair per se, because it's hair.
I guess to my point is, if it turns out that this hair does not still exist, then I'm missing the connection to his point. His point being, there's exculpatory evidence that she's overlooking. Well, it wouldn't be her overlooking it at this point. It'd be that her hands are tied. She's helpless. What can she do?
There's no claim that it doesn't exist, though. The claim is that it does exist, Eddie. That's the problem. Last he knew and last he saw that it exists and is being held in safekeeping in evidence. So it was just ignored, per se. But he explains that a little bit more and goes in a little more detail along with other things here coming down the road in a few seconds. So, anything or any other questions to add to that before we go forward?
No, let's move forward. Thank you.
Okay.
Just unhappy that I'm discussing it for some reason, and then put me on blast with the other two attorneys to sort of, I get her attempt. I think her attempt was to try to say, well, the last line says it all, which is his credibility should be viewed through this lens or whatever. And I think it should be. I think my credibility should be viewed through that lens, which is, will I knowingly sit on exculpatory evidence? No, I will not. Despite whatever consequences might come. And I have, at any given time, I have between 35 and 40 open cases. I just finished a huge report in a big case today. Spent the last 2 weeks working on it. And my clients hire me for that objectivity, for that impartiality, and because they know that I have a reputation for having integrity in front of a jury and in front of the court. And I have to say, it really begs the question as to the credibility of those experts or those attorneys or those participants or those commentators who are arguing for the suppression of this evidence. That's interesting. But there are no specific, she's made no specific allegations of specific information. And I think I know why that is.
And that was
It's also interesting that she hasn't spoke up since, following the plea, which was almost getting close into that year mark. I thought that was interesting. But you're 100% right. She doesn't try to discredit you. She doesn't try to say that you're wrong. She basically just says she's also attacking her own team, which is wild. I mean, that's kind of, you have the whole world trying to attack you for the most part, and you're trying to prove BK's innocence, but hey, let's start attacking our own, which was so
interesting. Think about what it's going to do to her. I mean, remember this, she's not like this clean defense attorney. She's got a conflict of interest starting out of the gate because she represented victim family members when she was working for the public defender. But she also has she worked as a magistrate and a prosecutor, I think, at some point. People who do these things as lawyers get confused sometimes.
Now, I will say that some people in here had told us that they looked into the fact
you didn't
that...
pause it. You just muted it.
Oh, I thought it was paused. It looks like it's paused.
It was continuing to play. I saw it going.
There we go. They looked into the fact that statement there. She did work with the prosecutor's office, but from my understanding, she was not a magistrate. I think that was misconstrued. So that's what we understand as of yet. I'm not 100%, but that's what we were told. So just to clarify that for everybody.
To attack you for the most part, and you're trying to prove BK's innocence, but hey, let's start attacking our own, which was so
interesting. Think about what it's going to do to her. I mean, remember this, she's not like this clean defense attorney. She's got a conflict of interest starting out of the gate because she represented victim family members when she was working for the public defender. But she also has she worked as a magistrate and a prosecutor, I think, at some point. People who do these things as lawyers, they get confused sometimes about their role. They get confused, and their attitude and their posture doesn't change sufficiently when they change their role or their onus. What is their onus? Is their onus to the defense, to their client, to the state, to the people who elected them, whatever? They get confused. And so when you have this, we call role strain, when you have multiple roles pulling on you, you can wind up saying and doing things that you probably shouldn't. What I'm also thinking about is any person who would ever think of working as an expert for Ann Taylor in the future is probably going to say no.
Yeah. And I'm assuming that the first time you heard this admonishment was publicly. You haven't had any direct contact with her since before the plea?
Sam, this was a great question. The answer is no, of course not. I mean, if you were going to, let me back up and say this. If you were going to admonish an expert for some behavior, you would probably want to talk to them first about what they did and why, and specifically what they did and why, as part of what's going on. But our relationship dramatically deteriorated once she made this surprise plea deal, which surprised most of the team.
Okay, so that statement in itself shocked me right out the gate. So, as he states, she took the plea deal, and it surprised most of the defense team, which tells us, or tells me, they didn't know she was going to do this. And typically, you're going to speak to your whole team. Okay, when I make a decision in here, I know it's not the same thing. I'm just giving you guys an example. If I go to make a decision in here about the channel, I get together with my crew, my team, and we talk about it, and then I make the decision. From what he's saying, it doesn't seem that she did that. She just said, okay, we're going to do this, which in turn, in my opinion, hence, it kind of explains the way Bicca and Eliza looked the day of the plea change hearing. They kind of both looked a little out there like, what are we doing here? Okay. And so that would explain that. I had no clue. I imagined that the whole defense team talked about this over the weekend, which, it was 2 days, folks, basically 2 days that this all happened in, as will be explained. So that was surprising. I'll say that right now, for me at least, it was surprising to hear that, which is where my questioning started. I'll put it that way. I started questioning things right there.
Oh boy, would I love to know what Bicca Barlow thinks of all this.
Agreed. And Mastiff, because they both seemed very passionate about this, Jesse. Both.
But he is close to Bicca, right? He said Bicca is the one that got him the job in the first place. And I think it also says something. I mean, to me, you could read it as a fight between him and Ann Taylor. One of them might be right, one of them might be wrong. The thing that I notice is everything he says makes 100% sense to me. Like his framing of things, it all just fits like a glove. And everything Ann's done is the exact opposite. It just doesn't fit. Like, for example, when he talks about how you would go about admonishing one of your experts, I find that to be very accurate and how I would want to go about it. And we said that we discussed on the panel, like when she said his credibility should be viewed under the lens of his actions, that statement was not a legal statement. That had no whatever she was bound to say to protect herself legally, that doesn't include that she was not bound to insult him in that manner or attack his credibility. So subtract that from the statement, and it would have left a lot more room for benefit of the doubt for her. But injecting that into it sort of to me shows her cards, and that's so. I said that a week ago on this panel, and then he said it live this morning or last night or yesterday or whatever. And I was not shocked when I heard it. In fact, most of what he says in this interview absolutely confirmed my thoughts. So that's my thoughts.
And I do remember when the plea deal was struck and then the sentencing hearing, you were already pretty much on board with that, the same thought process at that time. I do remember. And did say, though, I'll give it a chance. I'll see what happens, so on and so forth. But this is where I'm at right now with it so far. And here we sit with it. So I agree. I remember that. Moto, any thoughts? I seen your fingers up there, buddy. Go ahead.
Yeah, I really kind of wonder if some of this comes down to what happened between Bicca Barlow and Hippler, that explosion that they had that was completely redacted.
Completely redacted. It was nothing but black. It looked like the JFK files. I remember that. Yeah. It could.
One more thing I want to say is he says some awful derogatory things, some strong statements, really throwing Ann Taylor under the bus in this interview. And for him to feel comfortable saying those things, if he's not correct in what he's saying, you would expect to hear Bicca and Eliza say something about, you know what I mean? Like, the fact that he feels comfortable saying the things he's saying, man, he's put it this way: if he's bluffing, he's very good at bluffing.
Yeah,
but he's pretty confident that the rest of the defense team has his back in saying what he has to say. Is backing up his report.
Well, that's essentially what I was saying, Moto Man. And if the rest of the defense team has his back, who could possibly argue with that? I mean, who could go against that?
That's probably Ann Taylor's point of contention, is the fact that maybe she's trying to hide the reason from everybody why Bryan took the plea deal, and she's trying to save face, essentially, and she knows her team is pissed.
Well, like I say, it would be very illuminating to hear what Bicca has to say, or Eliza, but for me, Bicca's got the key to the whole thing.
Well, and my biggest question at the end of this, or my biggest statement at the end of this, I even said, because we did Crimes After Dark right after this, I said, oh man, I am very curious to see what the fallout from this is going to be, because we saw what was stated, and then we saw Ann come out and make her first statement in 8 months, and it was about that. So if that's what she said about that situation, I can only imagine what could be coming for this. If nothing is said, that makes me frame another question, okay, or another set of questions, I'll say. But I would almost expect to hear something possibly from all of them, to be honest with you, or a joint statement made by all of them. Now, supposedly the statement Ann made about Turvey was signed by the entire defense team. That's Bicka signed it, Ann signed it, and so did Eliza Massett. So if she's saying they all feel this way, I'm very curious. I would be very curious to hear this come out of their mouths myself. That's all I'm saying, because him and Bicka were very close. That's kind of makes me question some things. I'll say that. So, very, very good points, gentlemen. Anything else to add, anybody, before we go forward?
Yes.
Go for it.
He's made 2 points through that last section. The first being conflict of interest. She had another case in the early part of this. We all recall that, I'm sure.
Yes.
How I guess what we had considered the Gilcher channels tried to, I think our conclusion was they tried to misportray that. We've already revisited. We've already covered this ground. Now we're revisiting it. I don't think that's
Agreed.
a point. Additionally, this latest point about how she conducts her business, does she consult with everyone? I can't draw that conclusion. I don't see it that way. I'm a layperson. I wouldn't know one way or the other, whether it has to be a team effort to we're going to go one way or we're going to go another way. We're going to make this decision or that. I don't believe that. So these are not points that are like strong points. If someone was, if I'm going to be here open-minded, which I am, I don't see those two as, hitting the mark.
These aren't the strong points, no, but to me, it was just shocking to me that when I say this, it's with all due respect. I absolutely, respectfully, I slightly disagree with that, because if you have a whole team of people working on the case, the whole defense team, I think every one of them should be in the loop as to what's going on, especially in a final decision such as a plea change. That's kind of big, I think. Wow. So I would think that everybody should be involved, in my opinion, as far as knowing about it.
These are just opinions. Yep. And,
yeah, absolutely.
The thing is we have none of the facts.
Well, based on we don't know the other side to the story yet. That's the truth. We don't know, and that's what I said. I'm not at this point. I'm not ready to just throw Ann under the bus. I want to see the other side to the story too. Once we get that, if it goes in line with what he says, that's where I'm going to have some issues. Is all I'm saying. So at this point, I'm not just saying, whatever. This crazy chick, she's a bad attorney, blah, blah. I'm not doing that at this point, guys. I'm saying I need to see both sides of the story. We're hearing Turvey's side. At some point, we're going to have to get the other side of the story to see how the hell or why this went down this way. And then we can, then I will make my decision. That's just how I do it. And you guys know that. So.
Yeah, there's 3 sides to a story,
Yes.
And we're only getting one side
of
the story. So
exactly. So that's what I'm saying. I know, and a lot of people will make a judgment, and I respect that, based off of the first thing you hear.
Right.
I get it.
Yeah, and we're leveling quite a charge at Ann for just hearing one side of the story, and I'm not prepared to do that.
Well, you haven't heard nothing yet. He levels a lot more.
There's a lot heavier stuff. The real stuff is coming still. This was nothing, but
okay.
I'm just pointing out, like I said, I was going through this, the things that caught my attention, for lack of better terms.
This is like love taps, and there's haymakers coming.
Yeah, there's big ones coming.
All right, let's get to it.
Yep.
Well, there's a guilt phase, and then there's a mitigation phase in the death penalty case. And the mitigation experts, we never met them, and even the guilt phase experts who were trying to reconstruct the crime or determine the events and the actions, we didn't talk to each other.
I'm gonna let you guys know. I'm gonna let this play. I'm gonna run to the little boys' room. I'll be right back before anything happens. So I just want to let you know I'm not gonna be here for about 3 seconds.
Don't forget to wash your hands.
Always, every time.
We're very much compartmentalized. So I wouldn't even have anything to share from them other than the findings that are in the defense autopsy report. There's not an autopsy evaluation done by a defense expert. And I have access to that, but I obviously haven't shared that with anybody.
That's a perfect lead into, I think, the next question. I know that this is something I'm super interested in, and most people in this chat are as well. How did you get involved with this case, Dr. Turvey?
Well, I mean, it's not a secret that I was hired, so I can certainly discuss that. It's not a secret that I wrote a report, nor are my findings a secret because they were publicized in January with all the disclosures. In fact, there was an article written about my findings in Fox News back in January 2025, I think. 2025. And I was one of the only experts whose findings were disclosed to the public. How did I get involved? Well, I was, I would say, collegial, good friends and collegial with Becca Barlow, who was hired on early on as a DNA expert. I worked a case with her in California, and she asked to bring me on to evaluate the placement of the scabbard, all right, because they were concerned that there's evidence that it was planted because of the things that have all come to light. And then once I did that, once I was brought on board for that, they expanded my role and they expanded my analysis to a full crime scene analysis so that we could make determinations with certainty. And remember, I prepared a report in this case, which was submitted to Ann Taylor, I think, at least twice. One evening I was traveling, I was working really late, and I submitted it. We had a deadline we were coming up against in January of 2020. 2020, whatever it was, 2025. And I had to meet that deadline. And so she reviewed it, she accepted it, and she put it on file. So these findings that I've given and the extent and breadth of my examination are not some great mystery or some great reduction as she tried to suggest in her admonition, which was bizarre. Trying to pretend, oh, well, he's just this guy. We just kind of hired him and just kind of did this. And you didn't vet me completely. You didn't asked for a report, didn't expand my role, didn't request a report that was X number of pages long and, submit that to the court as true and just and accurate. I mean, come on. It defies credibility. Her posture at this point defies credibility. So that's how I got involved. And that was the nature and range and scope of my examination, quite extensive.
And do you recall exactly what time frame was it that you were actually hired on as the expert?
It would be like man, I don't remember. Let me just take a look. I can tell you right now. I can tell you. Let me go here. Let me just make sure I don't say anything wrong. All right. So I was brought in October 2024, but I was interviewed multiple times, at least twice before then, to screen me. My report was submitted in January 22nd, 2025. Does that help?
Yeah, that helps quite a bit.
Yep.
So I know that there was a lot of discussion, a lot of complaints by Ann Taylor to the court about a defense being slow to give evidence over. Did that kind of put the defense team
the prosecution, not the defense, the prosecution?
Right. The prosecution turning him over to the defense. Yeah. Did that kind of put the defense under the gun a bit?
Not just that. I mean, right before the plea, we got this massive data dump that had not been disclosed to us prior, and that I have not seen and have not examined. We had to
still have
no, of course not, because the plea happened right after that. So I had when I left her office the last time, the weekend before the Thursday before the weekend of the plea agreement being announced, we had all kinds of plans set in motion, as you would, because we were going to trial, and all kinds of plans for examining those disclosures, all kinds of plans for other examinations for other items of evidence to check on chain of custody and things like that.
So there again, he points to the fact that there was a huge data dump, which I believe is what everything we saw after the fact. And then the plea hit right away. So he never got a chance to see a lot of that. I gotta wonder how much of that Bryan Kohberger ever saw or knew about. Obviously, I'm going to have to guess the defense saw it at some point, but it's an interesting statement to make. And go ahead.
You must have saw my mic come on, and you're referring to me.
Yeah, whoever
Okay.
was going to speak, I heard the mic come on.
Oh, okay. How would we be able to decipher what data that is that came in last moment? Sorry.
We can't at this
Okay.
point.
Because it would be nice to verify this,
Sure,
to
absolutely, I agree.
Yeah, because I don't want to just, run off half-cocked, as they say, with what he's saying and assume it to all be true. With as many bad players that are in this thing that we call the Idaho 4, how do we know that he's not one of them? I mean, right now we're all assuming Ann Taylor is one of them, and we just jump ship that quick because we're introduced to this new character. Can we be absolutely certain that he's not a bad player?
No,
Well,
but his actions sort of fit what we would like to see from somebody who's behaving honestly. In comparison to, say, the same could be said about Chris Whitcomb, and you and I think, were more in agreement about skepticism of Whitcomb. However,
keep going,
Whitcomb
guys. Somebody's at my door. I'm sorry. Keep going.
We could do this all day, right, Eddie? But Whitcomb, of course, was publicizing a book. Whitcomb gave us plenty of reasons to be skeptical of him. For Turvey here, he's got nothing to gain, no financial gain. It doesn't sound like he needs any fame or wants any fame. The only thing that could come of his interviews publicly is more legal troubles, by the sounds of it, unless there's something behind this. I'm just talking about surface level stuff that we can see. It's hard to really see any reason for Turvey to be doing this, aside from just being a guy who wants the truth to come out. And if he's, like I say, if he's acting, I think he's a better actor than the rest of the actors in this case.
Right. And I get all that. But as deep as this thing goes, I mean, it's hard for a wartime spy to know if he's dealing with a double agent or if it's someone who he can trust. I mean, we don't know what we don't know in this case. Maybe Ann knows something that we don't know. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, like I say, it's just that everything, like a lot of the things he's saying in this interview that are coming right out of his mouth are in line with things that I was speculating about a week ago. And then he goes on to say make the very same points that I was making. And when that happens, it's like, yeah, this guy, I put it this way. I'm starting to see things, or he and I are seeing things the same way. So that makes me sort of drawn to him. Now, could he be pulling the wool over anybody? I mean, Eddie, I would venture to say that we have probably been on panel together with three or four other people on this channel or somewhere else. And one of those people were a paid actor, a bad actor, hired to plant a narrative. I would, and that could be you and that could be me, for all you or I know about each other, right? That's how skeptical I am of this case, this world, this country, this justice system. But so yeah, verify everything. But so far, I'm impressed by Brent Turvey.
I respect that. I understand what you're saying. I just want to proceed with caution before I judge.
Do you agree that we've likely been interacting with somebody who's a paid bad actor through our travels in this case?
Oh, yeah. Maybe even some channels that have come and gone too. Hard to say.
Yeah, that's what I believe.
Yeah. And we didn't suspect it in the moment. A lot of them were, they really drew us in, didn't they? They were believable.
I can think of some that really drew me in. Yeah. But
so we don't know what we're seeing, and taking things at face value without having, more information is just something I'm not ready to do yet. It's complicated. I understand.
I'm not
that
advocating
people
for
are confused. My position
slapping
is-
the cuffs on her. You know, it's not like I'm saying arrest her. I'm saying he's leveled some accusations. I'm interested to hear what she has to say about them. Let's put it
The
that
thing
way.
is, and I know this has been pointed out before, but so if Ann Taylor is the bad actor, so with that theory, let me ask this question: is Eliza Massoff aware of that?
That's exactly, and
I mean,
that's
she'd have to be in on it too,
well.
wouldn't she?
I'd like to hear from Eliza. I'd like to hear from Bicca first of all, and Eliza. But yeah, I think if they come out and say Turvey's a drunk and he's a head case and he's an idealist and we disagree with his statements, that will certainly take a little bit of the sting off of what he's saying. But in fact, and I would expect them. I mean, some of the accusations, if I understand his accusations correctly, I think that he's going to come on and say, slap the cuffs on her, basically, or allude to that kind of serious level of accusations. And that's serious enough that I would expect we should hear from Bicca and
the roof
Eliza.
guy coming to check out my roof. Sorry about that.
You need a new one, don't you?
Everybody good?
Yeah, we're just holding our own here, Dago.
Okay. Sorry about that, everybody. I had no idea they were going to show up. But anyway, I think I'm good.
If I can say something just real quick.
Go for it. Go for it, please. While we're here.
It would be nice to hear somebody else from the defense before we get too much invested into Turvey. You know what? I trust his analysis of the situation of his report. Yeah. Now, the whole Ann Taylor leak, that situation, I'm not going to throw too many eggs into one basket yet until I see what happens. But you know what? If we ever do find out what's been going on with that situation, it would be nice to hear something from another member of that team, right? So,
absolutely. No, I fully and totally agree with you, and that's why I said. You know, that's why I said I'm not ready to throw them under the bus as of yet. I want to hear both sides of this situation, weigh both sides, and see if one weighs more than the other, or if it balances and there's something else going on, which we'll talk about a little bit later on in this, because I definitely have other points to make. So, yeah, I agree with you, Moto. I do. So, and that's what I was trying to say, guys. Don't. I'm not telling you what to do. I'm just saying, you know, with everything we've been through in this case, everything we've seen happen, well, I guess Moto put it the best way. Don't throw all your eggs into one basket just yet. Just not yet is all I'm saying. I would argue. That's all. So, were you going to say something, Jess?
No, just I agree wholeheartedly. It's just, I think I said it earlier that the level of confidence he projects here seems to think that he knows somebody's going to back him up somewhere, because some of the accusations he's going to make here are the kind of things that it could be career over for him if he's
that's exactly a good point, because I said that in the beginning. His credibility, his reputation, 30 years plus experience, which we've heard from another expert that has the same basic statement. Cy Ray made the same statement. In 30 years of doing what I do, I've never seen anything like this. Cy says, or Turvey says the same thing. It'd be nice to see Cy maybe back him up, and that would give this a little more solidarity as far as I'm concerned, you know? But we don't know yet. Now, we also know. Go ahead.
No, I stepped on you. You paused.
No, you're good. You're good.
Okay.
You're here. You're my guest. You speak before me anytime, sir. Go ahead.
This could be interpreted both ways. We all know the saying, the flak is the heaviest when you're above the target. So, in other words, if Ann Taylor is the one who's correct, the pushback seems very severe and extreme by, on the part of Turvey. So there's that way to look at it too.
If it turns out down the road that Ann was right in all aspects, then Turvey's got some explaining to do. He's got some answering to make for that. That's a fact. At that point, and it would be called into question. I agree with you. 100%. And like I said, I'm doing the same thing like SRB just. I'm just trying to stay as open-minded as possible. And I definitely am going to wait to hear if we do, I hope, what the hell's going to come from the defense. I find it very hard to believe, you guys. There's not going to be a response from the defense on this. Very hard to believe.
If we don't hear something from them, that's going to speak volumes because, like I said, the level of the level of accusations he's going to come with here kind of warrant a response, and a lack of a response would not look good on them.
Maybe
I would interpret it the other way. That is complete calmness and secure with your position. Why lower you? What is the famous quote? Arguing with a fool proves that there are two.
I would have agreed with
back
you.
And forth, with someone who's beneath you.
That's an awesome quote.
Yeah, but I would have, Eddie, I would have agreed with you on a normal circumstance. If Ann would have not responded or would have not commented on anything that was done here beforehand, 100%. Silence is golden. I would have thought she's being professional. She's got something doing, so on and so forth. But she did make a statement. Now we're back. Now we're on the back and forth path. And I know it's going to happen because there's no way in hell she's going to sit and she's just going to, this is going to play out this way. I don't believe that at all. That's my opinion.
I think somebody has to come out of this losing. There's going to be winners and losers.
And see, here's the problem with this too. Turvey is 100% justifying all of our thoughts over the past 3+ years. Okay. In a lot of senses, he's clarifying the things we've been saying. But at the same time, he's challenging the person that we have been supporting to do that with. That's where the problem is lying with this. And that's where we have to see this and try to stay as even keel and clear-headed and open-minded as we can on this. Truly and honestly is my opinion for that. So, and I hope it plays out that way. I do. I like Jesse said, unfortunately, it seems like there has to be a loser in this situation. I don't want to see that happen, but I feel like it's very, very seriously going to happen. I just hope
the situation doesn't overshadow the
bingo
what we're actually after.
That's exactly it right there. And one more time, I'm going to say this. It seems like every time something goes down here, there's another division. We can't allow that. We cannot allow that, folks. We have to see this and see past this. We cannot allow for this to divide again because that's what they want. Truly and honestly, that's what they want. They will use every tactic they can to divide and conquer. And that's what they've done every time. Whether they're in the middle of this or not, they're going to take this and point it at us and say, here it is, split them up, period. Because they do it every time. So remember that. Yeah, very good point. Moving forward.
Bunch of work to be done. That is not some secret. That's that disclosure of that data dump requires examination by the experts. So there's no.
Do you know what was in that data dump?
I didn't look at it.
No. I mean, did they say,
nope.
Here are photos, here are videos, nothing. You just
no. Wow. No, she was not like that. So she wasn't. She the version of Ann Taylor that I know bears no resemblance to the Ann Taylor that took the plea and is talking in public right now. I don't know this person at all. I don't recognize her at all.
Well, and that was a statement we were talking about earlier where he makes that statement. So again, and I'm going to explain some thoughts that I have about her, him, this, and all that coming up here in a little, but I just want to get some more under our belt with this. That's all. Just remember that statement that he made there.
When you last met with her, you had no indication that the plea was going to happen. And how did you actually find out about the plea? Through the media? I
found out from a colleague. A colleague texted me and said, hey, Brent, I remember you were working on this case. I remember reading the articles. I remember you mentioning it. What's going on? There's a plea agreement. Is that true? And I wrote back immediately, no way. No way there's a plea. There's no way. It's not happening. And then over the next 10 minutes, it was like bing, 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 bing. I was getting all kinds of text messages from different colleagues and different friends of mine and people who work for me. We all found out with the rest of the world.
Is it normal? Is it normal?
Go ahead,
sorry.
Brent. No, I was just saying, last time we talked, you were renting like a VRBO. You had bags, you had your clothes, like you were ready to go.
Yeah, of course. But let me back up and say something that hasn't been said before. One, the reason I was hired for this case is I was one of the only people on the whole case who's ever worked a mass homicide before. I've worked dozens. Well, a dozen or more. Somewhere between 12 and 20. If you look at my resume, you can go count them. That's the first thing. And I'm working a couple right now. Actually, I just picked up another one the other day. So that's one of the reasons I was brought in, because I have expertise and experience on these kinds of complex mass homicide events. All right. The second thing is that when you are on a death penalty case, it is intensive. Everybody's heads are in the huddle. Okay. Everybody is part of the process, because if they're not, you can miss something. And the consequences are life and death. So there's a lot of great articles on the death penalty issue and the work that's required and the focus that's required. And what they say is, quote, death is different, unquote. So when you have a death penalty case, you are responsible in a way that you're not in other cases, right? Because there's going to be appeals and there's going to be, you can do it, and then you can get a second chance. You can get a couple more bites at the apple if there's a problem, or if there's a procedural error or an innocence issue. In a death penalty case, it's dangerous. So that means there has to be a very high level of trust and communication between the people working on the case. And the fact that none of the defense experts were contacted or consulted as part of the deal, in fact, were misled by the defense attorneys as to whether or not there was going to be a plea deal, is stunning. It's a stunning context to be in. I've only experienced this kind of thing one time before, sort of, but this is pretty stunning.
How were you misled?
What?
How were you misled? Exactly.
Well, as I said, the entire posture of the case was going to trial. And that changed on the weekend and was announced to the world without being discussed among anyone. And, there's a lot of ways to describe that, but one is just, it's misleading everybody else to let them think that there's one pathway that's happening, and that causes them to engage in activity or make decisions and choices and planning and protocol and logistics surrounding that, and action plans that cause them to do massive amounts of work and commit to certain timeframes, and then to sort of have the rug pulled out from underneath you for some reason without any explanation, then or now, as to why. Misleading is a gentle way of saying it.
So pause right there.
Misleading is a kind word.
Thank you, Dago.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
That's his opinion. Maybe there's a reason why she couldn't explain. He's confounding two different things here. Keep in mind, people, he's making it sound like he was left out of the decision-making process. Well,
he also seems to be indicating that Bicca and Eliza were also left out of that process.
And the conclusion being that that's like wrongdoing on her part. But if the decision was absolute and it didn't require, it's not like we're going to take a vote type of thing. And that's kind of what he's making it sound like. This is unusual. Yeah, this is a very unusual case. And there's things in the background that we don't know about. We don't have the facts. So she knows something, and the decision was probably made for her. Who knows? So he might, my interpretation here is, maybe he's mischaracterizing what happened there. We don't know. At a minimum, he might just feel like he was, she owes him a part in that process, which frankly, she don't. So I don't think
that could be confirmed by Bicca and Eliza, though.
Being petty.
Right. He's sort of indicating that everybody on the team felt the same way he does.
Well, he can't speak for anyone but himself.
Well, do you agree that that's what he's alluding to? Like he's suggesting? Like,
if he's doing
that's what he's
that,
trying
then
to-
he should know better than that because he operates in a courtroom. I don't, and I know as much as that.
Am I the only one that thinks that that's what he's saying here? Is that basically everybody on the team was left out of the decision and unhappy about it? Because that's what it sounds like to me. It sounds like he's saying the entire team was left out of the decision and the entire team felt the same way I did about it. Now, I'm not saying that's true. I'm just saying that I believe that's what he's inferring. Therefore, if Bicca or Eliza come out and say, well, that's not true, that's not how I felt, and I did not feel like I was left out of any big decisions, that would his credibility would take a hit for that.
Well, yeah, he's got no place to say that. It's called hearsay. We've covered this. Dale.
I believe
we talked in the context of Judge Judy. Did you bring that witness with you? Well, no. Right. Well, that witness has to speak for themselves. You can't say what someone says.
Right. And I do believe that. I agree with you, Jesse, that is what he's trying to say. The only thing I question that with is the statement that Ann made was signed by all three of them. In turn, it's confusing. Are they on board? Is what he's saying true? Or is he speaking out of turn and guessing what they're involved, what their feelings are? And
he doesn't really appear to be foolish enough to make that mistake, though, to infer that only to be embarrassed later.
That's why this is such a toss-up. I agree with you. Yes.
I think he would have been smart not to get into this.
Yeah, you would think with his knowledge, and that he shouldn't. I fully agree with that. Yes, that's why this is so hard to deal with. You know what I mean? In some ways, as far as that's why you have to have a fully open mind to understand and maybe be able to absorb all of this because it's so both-sided. It's crazy. And real quick, because somebody asked a question in chat, is this live to tear down Turvey? Not by any means whatsoever. We are here to discuss all sides to this with an open mind and an open mind only. I don't want anybody. I mean, I respect if anybody does feel one specific way. I do respect that, but we have to try to have an open mind so that we can talk about it openly, completely. So that's the whole point. I'm not saying.
Sorry.
Go ahead. No, you're good. Go ahead.
I will say that I think he left himself wide open when you said, Motomax, that he would be better off not saying that. I don't disagree with that because I think it does leave him open for if somebody contradicts him now.
100%.
But throughout this entire show, an hour long, this is just one example of. I mean, he took a lot of risks. He made a lot of statements that could be countered by other people on the team that would make him look foolish. But he appears to be coming at this very passionately, very directly, and not giving a shit what anybody else thinks or says, and almost in a way that he's so confident that he's just daring them to. So, Eddie's made a strong point, and Eddie will be if the rest of the team comes out and speaks out against Turvey, then Eddie's point is Eddie's point is well made anyways, as is yours, Mac. But I'm just saying, I find it hard to believe that he's attacking this with such confidence out of ignorance. He doesn't strike me as the kind of guy that acts with confidence out of ignorance. That's my opinion.
And right.
I agree with that too.
I agree with both. And here's the thing. We have to be able to question him too, folks. Just because he has the credentials he has, just because he has the background he has, and just because he's agreeing with the things we agree with, we still have to be able to watch, question, and observe everything he's doing to ensure, like Eddie said, this guy could be playing some other crazy ass game, and he could be a bad guy too. We don't know that. We just don't know that. That's the biggest problem with this. So we have to be able to observe and feel out both sides, all sides, not both, but all sides of this crazy situation here, because it's very important to be able to see all of that. That's what I'm saying.
You have to also think these people know what topics to hit on because we've been talking about them, and multiple YouTube channels have been talking about them for quite a while.
Yeah.
I doubt he came into this interview without at least, he has a channel of his own. He's probably seen an episode here or there of some of our shows.
Sure. I'm sure. Absolutely. I agree with that. And again, he has amazing credentials. He's got an amazing amount of experience. He has more experience in this situation than Ann Taylor herself has. It's obvious. The point is that that doesn't mean anything, guys. We still have to be able to see it from all angles and do it with an open mind. Is the biggest thing I'm saying here. It may be hard because you look at him and go, "There's no way he would do this. There's no way he would say this and do this without having the right, the credibility, the reputation, all this. There's no way." But we don't know that. We just don't. So that's why I have to see the other side, all sides to this before I'm going to make any kind of a decision on what I feel, truly and honestly. So
no one's questioning whether or not he has credentials. He has credentials in his field of science, and so does Ann Taylor in hers. But they're both distinct and different. But to hold that as, because he has credentials as like a point in his favor is not something I'm willing to do. That's not a point. That's just trying to be, that's a little bit of confirmation bias, is to try to add up everything that you can see that confirms what you already believe. Just pointing that out. I mean,
sure, I agree with that, but I just think he's left himself wide open here. And if he's misrepresenting the facts, it should be very easy for somebody who knows the facts to counter him and make him look foolish, because he's left himself wide open, because of the confidence he's acted with. And, as a betting man, right now, my money's on Turvey, but also as a betting man, I know there's you never count your money while you're sitting at the table, as they said.
Right, and that's why I said the fallout from this is going to tell the story. It's going to whatever fallout there is from this, however it comes back, is what we're going to have to watch for, because he left himself wide open. And with his, his background and his knowledge and things like that, it's kind of a dumb thing to do that. And I'm very interested as to why he did this. That's my point. So,
boy, this is interesting. Real quick, and I don't want to hold up the show. I don't know how long this is.
No, you're fine.
We'll get through it.
However long it needs to be, we're good.
Interesting comment. I didn't realize it. I am guessing that Eddie has become a big-time guilter. Is that the stakes in this? If depending on which way we go with this thing, is that how it looks? Is that the reality of this?
Absolutely not, bud.
Okay.
That makes no sense. Going home, that absolutely not. That he disagrees with certain. Jesus Christ! Wow. He didn't say anything about anybody being guilty. That's a ridiculous comment, my friend. I'm sorry to say that, but it has no bearing on what he thinks about this situation.
Yeah, don't interpret it that way, please. Bryan Kohberger is innocent. I was, I'm not the first. I'm not trying to carry that banner, but
not at all.
I've been very vocal about it very early, and haven't wavered. So, and not about to.
We're not talking about Cy Ray. Cy Ray didn't do something like this either, going home. So, therefore, in turn, it has no bearing. He has no bearing on this whole any of this, to be honest with you. So, Eddie's
Cy Ray would never leave himself wide open the way that Turvey is leaving himself wide open here.
He never.
But that's why I mean, for me, I respect it. If he's willing to come out here and just dish and leave himself wide open with confidence, if he's actually bringing the facts and nobody's able to counter him, if nobody's able to come out and challenge him on what he said and prove that he's wrong here, the dude's practically a hero, really. I mean,
right.
And like I say, Eddie, you may be proven right. Maybe somebody will come out and say the dude's full of shit. He drinks too much. But until that day,
here's the problem, though. These might be the only couple guys that are able to come out and spit the facts. The other people might still be held by the NDA, right? So just.
Yes. Absolutely. Good. Very good point, sir. I guarantee you they are. If he's under an NDA, everybody else is, Moto. Seriously. I mean, I think she's made that relevant. Or absolutely relevant. Or not relevant, but absolute. That's still in action right now. So, there again. So, and I'm going to say this once and once only. You can disagree, folks. We can all disagree and still shake hands and walk away. There's not going to be name calling. There's not going to be judgment of other people in here. We don't do that, okay? We're grown adults. We can have disagreements. It doesn't mean anything, okay, other than the fact that we disagree on a situation. So let's try to control it, is all I'm saying. I'm only going to give my warning once. My moderators handle everything else, and they will, is all I mean. I'm not being mean. I'm asking out of respect for everybody here, because that's what I do for you, is I respect you all, that you all respect everybody else. That's all I'm asking. So anyway, anything else? Any Moto, Eddie, Jess, anything else you guys got to throw out there?
No,
I'm good.
moving forward.
And that will be the last time I speak on that. I'm just going to let you know I'll come through like a tornado if I need to. I'm not playing that game. We don't do that here.
So you don't have any information since the time the plea was entered as to what changed or why they went that direction.
Well, I directly asked that question, and I was told nothing. Nothing changed.
Was Hippler or the court, were they encouraging the negotiations regarding the plea deal, or there's so many different theories that we've all heard online. Some that Hippler was encouraging the two sides to mediate, see if they can come to a plea deal, or was it just completely like you had no clue that these negotiations? It sounds like to me you had no clue that these negotiations were going to go down that weekend.
None at all, and it's none at all, and that's sort of. In my perspective, and Ann Taylor doesn't have that much experience working death penalty cases. I do. I've done this many, many years, 30 years now. And in my experience, it is completely inappropriate to start making major decisions like that without first getting a sense of where the evidence really is at and having a team meeting and talking about it. And that didn't happen. I will just say this. Without betraying any confidence, I can say that I asked multiple times. I asked at least twice and was given a third version of events. Every single time there was a discussion about this after the fact, I got a different answer as to what the precise sequence of events was. And in a normal case, like I said, I have clients that I've worked with for 10, 15 years. I got clients who I work with constantly on every case they work. I got clients who I trust them to do anything with me. I trust them to watch my kids. I trust them to watch my cats. I trust them with everything, because over time and temperance, you learn sort of the ethical character of the people you're working with, and that's why you work with them again, because you don't have any problems with the way they conduct themselves, and you know that when you're not in the room, the best evidence and the best ethical posture is going to be taken. In this case, I have zero faith and confidence in Ann Taylor in terms of her posture, because every single time I've spoken with her, she's given a different version of events about whether and why and how. And so at this moment, I can't violate any privilege with you because I don't know what the truth is, because I have not been told the truth yet that I can tell. I've been given 3 different versions of events relating specifically to your question. When did the deal start? When did they start? How did they get Bryan to agree to it? And the involvement of Hippler. And I'm not a legal expert. I know what my role is, and I won't know what my onus is to. I know that my first onus is to being first we start with, you have to do your due diligence in every case, because that's what satisfies due process, and due process is a requirement of the Constitution. If you don't follow that logic, you have no business being an expert or being involved in the criminal justice system. Due diligence equals due process equals constitutionality. Okay, I don't know. That's the extent of my sort of my grasp of my situation or my role. And I don't know what the legal realities are around Ann Taylor taking this case. I don't know what the legal realities are of whether or not Hippler was involved and how he was involved, the judge or the prosecutor. And I suspect that it was done in such a way that was problematic, which is why I'm getting 3 different versions. All right, that's the problem. So I'm not disclosing anything because I got nothing to disclose. I just don't know what the truth is. I'm as stunned, shocked, and appalled as the rest of you, which is why I was happy to discuss the publicly disclosed elements of this case as they relate to chain of custody for the sheath and as they relate to the untested DNA evidence from the hair found in Ethan's hand. All of this was obscured in different ways. And so.
Did you have a question, Moto? No? Okay.
I did.
Go ahead, bud.
Thank you, Dago.
Absolutely.
So right there, we got to be careful because it's kind of what he said was contradictory. If you're paying attention, he wasn't involved in this process, but yet he drew a conclusion. He said, I don't know how they got Bryan Kohberger to accept the deal. Well, that's a conclusion. He's kind of implying that that's how that went down. Maybe it was the state approached the defense with that offer, and maybe his counsel was giving him guidance as to, what's your thoughts? And he being Bryan, was the one that agreed to it.
Well, and that's a good point. I was going to make that point too, that in the end, and we were told this more than once, we all know this. In the end, it doesn't matter what Ann says, what Bicka says, what Liza says, what Hitler says. It is all Bryan Kohberger. Bryan makes the final decision on something like this, no matter what happens, okay? It has to be Bryan. They can't force him to do something. They can't tell him, no, you can't do this, or no, you can't do that. It has to be Bryan, period. So we don't know that Ann didn't say, I don't think that's a good idea. We don't know that Ann said that's a great idea. We don't know any of that, folks.
Right.
We don't. It was Bryan's choice. End of story. We know that. That we do know. So,
and you got to think if it was the last hour and they dumped all these documents on them and they had 4 days to review them. Ann doesn't know what's in those documents. There could have been something in there the prosecution could have twisted in their favor and just stuck it to Bryan and just blindsided her, right? So I think, honestly, maybe out of caution, I'm speculating. Maybe that's why her and Bryan decided to lead the way that they did, because they didn't want to go in this. They didn't want to go into this and get blindsided.
Very good.
I got something.
Go ahead, bud.
Somebody else just released a video about an hour before this live, and now I can't verify the truth of this, but this is what was said. I guess I might as well just say who did it. It was Harsh. We all talk about Harsh. Everybody knows Harsh. He said that what caused the plea deal, and this is, again, I'm not saying this is fact, but this is what he said. Basically, that not Ann, not Bicka, somebody else working on behalf of the defense, so mitigation experts, took Bryan and gave him a tour of death row, showed him death row and said, if you get the death penalty, this is where you're going to be staying, bud. And then he decided to take the plea. So, the way it was described sounded like they basically tried to scare the shit out of him into accepting the plea. I
had heard that as well. Of course, I want to be able to verify that that's true. I heard that not too long after the plea deal. I don't know how we could figure out how to verify that. Oh boy.
Anybody who disagrees with anything I say from now on, you can just say, oh, that guy's drunk.
I got you, bud. I got you.
But it's 4 a.m. and this is my first drink in days.
Oh, well, you're not doing too bad then. But yeah, Harsh got that from somewhere too. I know he did, because I know a lot of us had heard that. I'd like to be able to find a real source and know where that comes from, truly and honestly, because I don't understand. Okay, if it's true, it's fine, but why would the defense do that? I can see the prosecution doing that, but what would the defense gain from that? It doesn't make sense to me. That's all I'm saying. But it is an interesting theory, and it is definitely something that I heard. So,
one more thing.
Yes, sir.
If that was true, and a guy like Brent Turvey was made aware of that, would that cause him to do what he's doing now?
It could. Anything could. That's a good point. Very likely. It's definitely a very wild thought and scenario if it's true, for sure. I'd like to find out where that comes from. If anybody knows the source on that, please let me know. Anything else, gentlemen?
No, Dago. Thanks for asking.
Nope. Yeah, of course.
Bringing that to light is actually not a violation, it's a responsibility. And if you don't think that's your responsibility, please, God, stay out of this profession.
We're going to get there. Absolutely. But I got something, because I'm an appellate attorney. I do primarily civil appeals, family law, and so forth. But I certainly understand the appellate process. And I know that with criminal appeals, one big avenue for challenging even a plea is ineffective assistance of counsel. Now, as I understand it, a lot of times defense attorneys are almost encouraging of their clients, hey, you need to pursue this. You need to look at ineffective assistance of counsel, get with an appellate attorney or post-judgment attorney. Yep. Is that your experience in general?
Let's just talk in general, not about this particular case.
Okay.
So that we can dial in. All right. Yeah. In general, I am often called in appellate contexts for major cases, death penalty cases or LWOP, life without parole cases, to do a review to determine whether or not, let's say, for example, if the attorney had hired an expert such as myself at the time of the trial, using those standard practices, using those protocols and procedures that are available at the time, using the science available at the time, would they have discovered the evidence that was missed? That's one of the reasons why I have a library that's worth about 30 grand, because I collect old forensic and investigative textbooks, because sometimes I'm asked to go back to 1970. Sometimes I'm focused on 1980. Sometimes it's 2005. What were the practice standards at the time? So this is a very normal involvement for me. We call it IAC, ineffective assistance of counsel. And if you can demonstrate that the attorney was ineffective in terms of hiring experts or using experts or investigating evidence, it's a big deal. Like, for example, I do a lot of casework in Kansas, and they had I can't remember the stupid rule of the case, but it was a case involving a cell phone evaluation. And the defense attorney did not have the cell phone extracted and examined. It was sitting in police holding. And when the appellate attorney got involved, they found a bunch of stuff on it, apparently. And so they used that. They took that all the way to the Supreme Court of Kansas, who ruled that negligent failure to engage an expert to examine critical evidence is actually a reversible error, evidencing ineffective assistance of counsel. So your question is apropos, and it is absolutely relevant to the present case that we're in. Imagine, again, an expert who did not want to have that hair tested, right? How do you argue that?
I think we all shit our pants when we read that in Chris's book. Excuse me, wow. That's literally what I think most of us did. We were all reading it together till late hours of the night, texting each other, going, "There's hair in his fist."
It's not just that there's hair in his hand, okay? Because this is really important to understand the context. Glad we're bringing this up. The hair in the hand was described in investigative and forensic reports as debris. There's no debris. Debris indicates like multiple different types of small, sort of maybe commercial material, maybe hair, maybe dust, maybe pieces of paint or carpet, things like that. A bunch of different stuff, debris, okay? This was just a clump of hair in Ethan's right hand. And the hand slipped down into the space between the mattress and the wall. And the blood went down his arm, and it glued the hair to his hand, and it glued this more hair to the actual bed frame. And I didn't know it was there because it wasn't in the reports and it wasn't being discussed until I actually went to Moscow and examined the evidence. I examined the bed frame myself and all the other evidence in the case.
Can you walk us through that when you went to the locker with, I think Payne escorted you, right?
They were all there. We had everybody was there. We had Payne and another guy. And we had the defense investigator taking pictures, and I took pictures, and this is not some secret. I billed for it. Somebody wants to go look at it. They can see it's in my report that I actually went there and documented everything before I came to my conclusions. And one of the things I found was this huge amount of blood with a bunch of hair, and I'm like, "What the hell is this?" And they're like, "Oh yeah, that's the hair." So It was not
That's
evident in the documentation it wasn't evident in the documentation that I had, nor in the investigative reports, nor in the autopsy report. It was written in such a way to obscure that fact, which in my view is problematic. And of course, at the time, everybody else thought it was problematic too. So this is not secret. This is something that everybody knows. It was submitted to the FBI for macroscopic, not microscopic, but macroscopic examination, which means looking at the physical features of the hair, the length, the color, the shape, the curls, all that good stuff that you can describe. And they excluded it as coming from Bryan Kohberger. In other words, they could tell this did not belong to Bryan Kohberger. Wrong color, too long, all that good stuff. Okay? Now, the next question is, let's test it and find out whose it is. Nobody wanted to test it. And that is also not secret because it was never tested. Because it was never tested, we can infer that nobody wanted it tested.
Okay, I'm going to stop there for a minute. Now, real quick. I know I've heard, I think it was Yoli, when Yoli joined us with Andrew Myers on the verdict room 2 weeks ago. This was brought up because this had come out of the book. And again, it's obvious the hair is a thing. Okay, he said it, Chris has said it. They just never told us about it for whatever reason. Which with no surprise, I'll say that. Okay, but anyway, so the hair's a thing. It's clutched in Ethan's hand, a big good old glob clump of it, glued to his hand by blood. So trigger warning. First and foremost, my biggest question is why was it not in the documents? But we can go there later. Okay. Second of all, I do question why nobody else would test this. And Yoli, the question was asked to both attorneys. Why would they not test this? And Yoli said her answer is because she doesn't have to. She doesn't have to test it. That's not part of her job. And we all know this. We all know. And if you don't know, I'm telling you right now, the job of the defense is not to do, the defense has nothing to do, okay, except defend their client against the state's job, which is to prove his guilt, period. That is the how this works. The state has to come forth and do everything they can do to prove Bryan's guilt. The defense does nothing. That's not their job to prove or disprove or any of that. That's not their job. They defend their client. Go ahead, Moto. I see you, bud.
So Anne was also trying to prove that this was done by a third party. It wasn't Bryan Kohberger, right?
Yeah, and I know where you're going. Go ahead.
Well, I guess I really don't need to go there.
No, I get it. I get it. And we all think, I think, the same way. Then if you, as an attorney, want to prove behind the shadow of a doubt that your client is not the one, and there is hair found in a victim's hand, and it does not match, it doesn't match the perpetrator, then you definitely would want to test it, I would believe. To say,
and that would be exculpatory, wouldn't it?
It should be, yes. They would actually, because they have a one perpetrator theory here. One perpetrator theory. This would shut their case down 100%. And that's what most of us have argued.
I'm not going to put this in Anne's hands, and I'm not going to say that this was Thompson's. Well, I think Thompson should have been interested enough, but we all know that's not what his goal was here.
Of course.
At minimum, it should have been Judge or Hippler.
Either one of the judges should have demanded, in my opinion, that it was tested so that is just out of the way, okay? But I believe, this is my opinion, solidly my opinion only, that it was known very clearly that, which is, again, why I believe it wasn't in documents, why it wasn't tested against anything other than the fact that it wasn't Bryan's. As soon as they realized that it wasn't Bryan's, they shut it down, just like they did with everything else, okay? If it would have came back positive for Bryan Kohberger's hair, it'd have been all over everything. We'd have seen this years ago. It'd have been plastered, folks. Every day we'd have heard, oh, his hair was in his hand. His hair was in his hand. He's guilty as fuck.
We wouldn't be having this conversation.
No, we wouldn't. Bryan's guilty. It's over. That's the end. It would have been done, okay? And they didn't allow any leeway for anything other than a single perpetrator. Remember that. That's very important here, which in turn would mean that if Bryan Kohberger did this, that hair has to belong to him. Period. Okay? Go ahead, Jess.
So there was a lot of talk during the hearings that Anne was making requests. She was trying to get things tossed out. And a lot of lawyers, of course, I'm not a lawyer, so I'm not the one to make these statements as a matter of fact. But I do take note when I listen to other lawyers talk. And a lot of lawyers said, yeah, she knows that Hippler is going to deny it, but she has to do it to set grounds for an appeal, right?
Yeah.
She has to make all these requests.
Get it on record.
She has to get it on record and lay grounds for an appeal. So why would this hair be any different than that? Why would it not be imperative to get it in the documents, have it documented, have a fight about it, say, I believe this is the hair of the perpetrator, and I want that in I want to make that claim right now. I want to have it tested. I want defense to do independent testing to set grounds for an appeal.
I agree, but I think the problem, I think where it stems is because it was labeled as debris. Maybe it slipped past her because she, before Turvey went and looked at the crime scene, looked at the evidence in the storage unit, they never would have known there was hair there. I think that's the problem.
Well, again, the fact that it was labeled as debris is what she should be kicking and screaming about.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I agree with that. 100%. But I think the fact that it was labeled as debris, she didn't pick up on it because that's not what she wasn't looking for debris. She was looking for evidence, DNA or.
You are absolutely correct, but the problem with that entire statement is that Turvey went directly to her and pointed it out to her. This is where the questions come into play now.
I get that 100%, but I think I think she probably would have locked onto it more if she knew about it sooner.
I can agree.
You're right. She should have been kicking and screaming from the rooftop to make sure that this hair was tested because it was just brought into light.
Right. No, I fully agree with you, and that's what I'm saying. It's kind of a catch-22. He goes to her 4 days before the plea change, so on and so forth. The timing is really the worst part of this whole thing. In that, at that point, I think it was too late with other things, and it was just too late per se. So, I agree. If I was in the position that she was in, and I did believe Bryant was fully innocent, I'd have tried to find a way. And I'm not saying she didn't. I'm saying me, as an attorney, would have tried to find a way to push the bill with that, truly and honestly. So,
but at the last minute, was she looking for a reasonable way to get more time to look through the evidence of this case? And for whatever reason, yeah, she could have fought for a continuance, but for whatever reason, did she just see taking this plea as a way to extend the amount of time that she had to research for the case? Because maybe even if she got a continuance, maybe the continuance never would have been long enough for her to go over all the documents.
And if she got denied a continuance, that sets more ground for an appeal. The fact that data dump came 2 weeks before the plea, and if she had requested a continuance then and have it denied, or even the ability to request a continuance, that should also set grounds for an appeal, right?
I would imagine, yeah. I believe that would make sense. So, I mean, these are all very, very good points, you guys, and I'm glad you guys are able to see this from all these directions, because it is important, I think. Anything else? Anything that you want to add, Eddie, or are you ready to go forward?
I have to say I'm a little confused on this hair in the evidence locker. Is it possible we re-listen to what he's talking about here? This is my first time going through this, and I must be missing something.
Do you want me to play it again?
I'm a little confused. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. No problem.
I hope I'm not, taking the show backwards.
No. I told you that's what we're doing, so don't worry about it.
I collect old forensic and investigative textbooks because sometimes I'm asked to go back to 1970. Sometimes I'm focused on 1980. Sometimes it's 2005. What were the practice standards at the time? So this is a very normal involvement for me. We call it IAC, ineffective assistance of counsel. And if you can demonstrate that.
That's a good question, SRB. I'm writing that down to look into it. I like that.
The attorney was ineffective in terms of hiring experts or using experts or investigating evidence, it's a big deal. Like, for example, I do a lot of casework in Kansas, and they had I can't remember the stupid rule, the case, but it was a case involving a cell phone evaluation, and the defense attorney did not have the cell phone extracted and examined. It was sitting in police holding, and when the appellate attorney got involved, they found a bunch of stuff on it apparently, and so they used that. They took that all the way to the Supreme Court of Kansas, who ruled that negligent failure to engage an expert to examine critical evidence is actually a reversible error, evidencing ineffective assistance of counsel. So your question is apropos, and it is absolutely relevant to the present case that we're in. Imagine, again, an expert who did not want to have that hair tested, right? How do you argue that?
I think we all shit our pants when we read that in Chris's book. Excuse my,
Wow.
That's literally what I think most of us did. We were all reading it together till late hours of the night, texting each other, going, "There's hair in his fist."
It's not just that there's hair in his hand, okay? Because this is really important to understand the context. I'm glad we're bringing this up. The hair in the hand was described in investigative and forensic reports as debris. There's no debris. Debris indicates like multiple different types of small, sort of maybe commercial material, maybe hair, maybe dust, maybe pieces of paint or carpet, things like that. Bunch of different stuff, debris, okay? This was just a clump of hair in Ethan's right hand. And the hand slipped down into the space between the mattress and the wall. And the blood went down his arm, and it glued the hair to his hand, and it glued this more hair to the actual bed frame. And I didn't know it was there because it wasn't in the reports and it wasn't being discussed until I actually went to Moscow and examined the evidence. I examined the bed frame myself and all the other evidence in the case.
Can you walk us through that when you went to the locker with, I think Payne escorted you, right?
They were all there. We had everybody was there. We had Payne and another guy. And we had the defense investigator taking pictures, and I took pictures, and this is not some secret. I billed for it. Somebody wants to go look at it. They can see it's in my report that I actually went there and documented everything before I came to my conclusions. And one of the things I found was this huge amount of blood with a bunch of hair, and I'm like, "What the hell is this?" And they're like, "Oh yeah, that's the hair." So it was not evident in the documentation it wasn't evident in the documentation that I had, nor in the investigative reports, nor in the autopsy report. It was written in such a way to obscure that fact, which in my view is problematic.
So pause.
And of course, at the time.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
So Ethan had hair in his hand. It was glued to his hand. And he's saying that same hair was also like on the other end of the hair glued to the bed frame.
It was kind of like I had showed the photograph of it once. It was just kind of like blended with the blood on the hair on the side of the bed frame and on the floor. You could see pieces of the hair, which could have been like it may have fallen. Some of it may have fallen out of his hand and got stuck in the blood when his hand fell down beside the bed and the wall.
And we've seen photos of this hair in his hand.
Not in his hand, but we've seen the hair on the floor, on the bed frame. He's saying that he didn't see it in any of the reports, anything. Any of the reports didn't say or show any of this. He never saw this until he got to the evidence locker, was going through the evidence, and boom, there it was. And he believes that it was withheld from the reports and documents, obviously on purpose. So it's in photo 1651 in the last dump we got.
He also says that any one of these things should have this case tossed. Like these aren't. I mean, I believe the way he represents this is there's dozens of single things that would cause this case to be tossed. And the fact that somebody is sitting in jail right now for it is, as he said, in 30 years, he's never seen anything like it.
Right. The only time this was seen in reports, so that I can clarify that, when we were going through the autopsy reports and all that stuff, when it showed debris, that's the hair. So it's in the reports, but it's not under anything that anybody can pull and look at because they're not thinking of a big clump of hair. You're thinking of dirt and dust and just pieces of dirt, basically, that are all over something. So it was mislabeled on purpose, it's believed.
Okay. I mean, are we confused? This is hardwood floors, right? In this room?
Yeah, I believe so.
Laminate or whatever you'd call it.
Something like that, yeah.
I mean, because underneath the bed, there's a lot of hair and fluff dust bunnies.
These are like, no, there's no confusion at all. But
this was someone like your last, effort at self-defense. He pulling someone's hair out of their head. This is that for sure.
Absolutely.
We know that.
There were roots on the end of the hair that was found in his hand, and they were big, thick, like what in the one photograph, the one you can see in 1651. There's an actual decent amount of hair laying in this pool of blood as well. Like it was probably part of what fell out of his hand.
Okay.
So yeah, it's definitely there.
I mean, the existence of the hair is pretty much confirmation that Bryan is not a lone perpetrator in the crime. And
absolutely,
I think, in my opinion, and it sounds like in Mr. Turvey's opinion as well.
Well, if I may, he's not in any way involved in the crime.
Oh, I don't disagree with that. I'm just saying what does the hair show? And the hair shows that whoever's hair that is has to be involved in what led to the death of Ethan Chapin. And if it's not Bryan's hair, then we've got a problem.
Yeah,
I agree.
I agree. That's one of multiple. I mean, we got the blood on the handrail, the blood in the glove, we got the fingerprint on the back sliding door, etc.
That's what he's saying.
Right. Absolutely.
Well, let's finish his point and hear what he says to complete his thought, because
yes, sir.
So far, I don't see how Anne is, it's mischaracterized, yes, but that's not Anne's doing.
Everybody else thought it was problematic too. So this is not secret. This is something that everybody knows. It was submitted to the FBI for macroscopic, not microscopic, but macroscopic examination, which means looking at the physical features of the hair, the length, the color, the shape, the curls, all that good stuff that you can describe. And they excluded it as coming from Bryan Kohberger. In other words, they could tell this did not belong to Bryan Kohberger. Wrong color, too long, all that good stuff. Okay? Now, the next question is, let's test it and find out whose it is. Nobody wanted to test it. And that is also not secret because it was never tested. Because it was never tested, we can infer that nobody wanted it tested, not either side.
So Anne did not want that tested? Anne did not want that hair tested?
Positive.
Well, it didn't get tested, and she knew about it. So that's the inference. There's no violation of privilege here. This is something that we know existed, didn't get tested, and they knew about it. So
did you suggest that it should be tested?
Vehemently, multiple times. It was even one of the last things I said as I was walking out the door. I will just tell you this in general. I would not want to be on the stand with such a piece of evidence untested. I would not to be on the stand having to explain why. If the prosecution had, well, Dr. Turvey, if this was such an important piece of evidence, why wasn't it tested? That would be a death blow. That's why.
Did you ever get an explanation why the defense did not have it tested?
No.
Wow.
Yes, sir.
I just don't believe this.
So did you hear that, Eddie? Just give me 10 seconds. But I don't know if you caught that. He's suggesting that failing to test it prohibits you from using it in open court, because if you try to use it then and then you claim that you didn't test it, you look like an asshat. So that's what he was saying, and that makes plenty of sense to me, but go ahead.
I find it, so what day, do we know what day he goes into this locker and this evidence still exists? What day he was hired and what day he did this?
He gave his hire date earlier on. I don't know. I'm sure it's in his report the day that he did this. Yeah, I don't know if we can find or get that, but yeah.
It should be in a report done by Payne as well.
Yeah.
I think SRB made a great point as well, though. The prosecution did tests on the hair, so therefore the existence of the hair had to have been known, because that should be in the documents, the results of those tests.
It'll show that, like, where they came up with the debris. It shows that. We don't know exactly what number it is, but yeah, it's one of the debris.
What Turvey says in this is that they did a macro test, so they didn't actually test the DNA in the hair. What they did is they looked at the hair to see the color, the length, blah blah blah, all the physical properties of the hair. Essentially, they didn't actually do any DNA testing on the hair.
Okay, but if they did tests on that hair and that hair came back as not inconclusive with Bryan Kohberger, that's now exculpatory evidence. And if they failed to provide that to the defense, that's more another Brady violation, right?
Absolutely.
So the defense would have had to have been made aware of the results of those tests.
Absolutely.
It does make sense. Agreed.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Thanks for going over that a second time, Daryl.
Absolutely never a problem, sir. I want to make sure it's all very well understood.
Yeah, I have the same response, because there's a lot of people wonder, did she know about this? Did she get this? How much discovery did she have? But it's very clear that she knew this hair existed. She knew that it should have been tested. Yes. I could only imagine what you felt inside when you saw that at the evidence locker. I mean, if I was prosecution, I wouldn't want that tested either.
Well, I don't just so you know, I don't have those I'm not a regular person. I don't have those kinds of feelings. I mean, I've been doing this a long time, and I know I can kind of, how do I say it? I have sort of the Cassandra syndrome problem, where I know what's coming. I know what's going to happen next. And either you believe me and take action, which is why you hired me in the first place, or you don't believe me and then you suffer the consequences. Cassandra syndrome is where you're doomed to know the future but not be believed when you tell it. So when I see this, I don't sit there and go, oh my God, I don't have those kinds of responses. I'm like, well, that's interesting. Let's make a note of that and circle back later on and we'll have a conversation. I don't not a little school. I don't get excited like a schoolgirl over stuff like that. I get sky like a little schoolgirl over my cats.
We're the same way with family law. You get a little jaded, unfortunately, for doing it as long as we do.
Here's the thing. It's not about being jaded for me, because what I have learned is this. I have learned that my inept little fingers should not be in charge of anything. My inept little fingers can make things worse if I don't have all of the information. So I'm not jaded. What I do get is disappointed. If I were jaded, I would stop with doing this work. I think it's important. I think it's necessary. And I like to work with competent, ethical people. But what happens is I get disappointed by people who don't tell me the truth. So I just want to expect me to keep their secrets, which I'm not going to do.
I want to just kind of close the loop on that hair that was found in Ethan's hand. Sure. You said that it was excluded as Kohberger's. Was it excluded as to any of the victims or any of the residents of the house as well?
It was never compared to anyone else in the house. In fact, I'll give you another reality check here, which is that as we are all learning, we don't know all the people who were in the house that night. We don't know. We don't have that list. We know who claimed to live there or who were legitimately there, but we don't know who all the visitors were. We don't know where people were sleeping necessarily up until the moment of the attack.
Were there notable characteristics of the hair that was found?
Yeah.
What were they?
It's about that long. This was that long, and it was a blonde, reddish, sort of sandy brown. And I didn't look at the macroscopic detail, but the macroscopic detail that they were able to discern, other macroscopic detail, eliminated it from being Kohberger's. Kohberger's hair is short and black, right? This is medium length, and blondish sandy brown. But more than that, you don't need. All you need is 1 point of difference, and you're done. So,
was there sufficient substance to that hair that DNA testing could have been done from it?
It's a fun question. I don't know because I didn't examine it. What you're asking, I think, Ron, is whether or not there were roots, right?
Yeah.
Roots can give you one kind of DNA, but it's hair. Hair has mitochondrial DNA. You can test it for mitochondrial DNA, if you just have the shaft. These do that all the time in other cases. So yeah, if you've even got a little fragment of hair, you can test it for DNA. Not a confirmatory amount to identify a person or a source, but you can exclude people.
Sounds like a certain, potentially a female's hair.
Well, I'll tell you this. I will divulge this. When other people saw it, not me. When other people saw it, they thought it was a female's hair. And I thought, okay, well, that's a good theory. It's also possibly a male's hair because men wear their hair different ways. I don't think like that, but let's not guess. That's what I always say. Hey, let's not guess.
Let's test it.
Let's test it and find out. There are people who will say, and I don't mean to impugn lawyers, but there are many lawyers who are not as, we'll say, enlightened or motivated or competent as you. And they will say, never ask a question you don't know the answer to. That's the most nonsensical thing I've ever heard. That's something from TV and movies. In reality, if you are trying to find out what's happening in your case, you need to test the evidence that's relevant. You don't ever want to go into court not knowing the answer to those questions. You don't want surprises in court. You want to go in, like the value of me, for example, is you call me in and I'll tell you both the strengths and the weaknesses of your case. You're going to know from where the blade will fall. All right. And that is much more important than me going in and going, rah, 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 you're so great. Your guy's innocent. I don't do that. That's nonsense. That's not going to help you.
Waste of money.
It's not going to help you at all. I go in there and I say, here's what they got. Here's what it means. And here's what you need to do to figure out whether or not it's accurate.
Do you know where that hair is still today? Is it still sitting in the evidence locker? Does Ann Taylor have access to get that hair tested should she want to at this point?
I don't know the answer to the logistical question is where it's at right now. Couldn't tell you. It would be practice it would be standard practice for the FBI to return the hair to the Moscow PD. They have the custody of that hair. The court can demand testing at any time if they wanted to, just like the court could demand an allocution in this case, which they didn't do, which is actually required to make sure you're not having a false confession. And I want to make that point really quickly before I lose.
And that does not in the state of Idaho, it's not required. Just so everybody knows that. That is a statement that is not correct right there. So it is not a requirement in the state of Idaho, unfortunately.
And that is that fully more than 25% of the cases that are worked by the Innocence Project involve innocent people confessing to crimes they didn't commit at the urgence of their attorney. Just remember that statistic. It's pretty important.
I think it's important that you brought that up right now. In fact, there's other hair that was also found upstairs as well. And one of those clumps of hair supposedly had bloody roots as well. Is that true?
I don't know. I'm not aware of that.
Okay.
But I mean, there have been, like I said, there have been tons of disclosures on this case subsequent to the plea. And once the plea occurred, my involvement was over.
Okay. Yeah, it actually was. I think it was in Chris's book that there was hair found both next to Maddie and next to Kaylee, which one of which might have had bloody roots, and which also was not consistent with any of the people in the house or with Bryan Kohberger. So that's not something that you saw, though, right?
It's not something I examined. I was focused on sort of reconstructing the events of the evening, focusing on the sheet, which was clearly, sort of intentionally placed where it was, well after the crime occurred and blood had dried, and focusing on the staging elements, focusing on the timeline of events and the different methods of killing that were involved and the different weapons that were involved. So
now we're going to get to the knife sheath because I know everybody wants to talk about that, but really quick with respect to the allocution, because I don't want to lose my train of thought.
Yeah.
Can you elaborate a little bit more on that? I mean, I think we were all pretty shocked that Bryan didn't have to provide any details regarding the who, what, when, where, why of these crimes. Other than him simply admitting guilt, he provided no additional information. Is this consistent with other cases that you've worked on?
No, not only not consistent, it's entirely improper. It would be setting the stage for a great miscarriage of justice without having some confirmatory information to demonstrate because there's no actual direct evidence of his involvement at the crime or the crime scene. We don't have that. So what we need from any defendant in this case would be an explanation of what was done, how it was done, and that explanation should lead to corroborating evidence. And if it doesn't, then we have a problem. And the reason why it matters is because, again, that statistic I cited, which is that, almost a third of cases involve clients or defendants that are pushed to take a plea that are actually innocent because they feel like they don't have an advocate or don't have any support, and but at the time they make they accept the plea, they are alone in the world and mentally deteriorated to the point of giving up. So
that's something that we've talked about quite a bit. I don't even think we were aware of how many people take a guilty plea for those reasons you just described.
It's a lot, and that's why people like me have a job in that part of the criminal justice realm and the appellate realm. Now, again, I worked a case one time in Colorado, for example. A guy completely confessed to killing somebody. All right. Come to find out, that person was still alive. He got arrested. He got charged. The guy he confessed to killing was still alive. Right. If a person is going to take a plea, then they must allocute. And that allocution requires that they give details of the crime that nobody else has so that they can be certain that they are confessing to a crime that they actually committed. Not like let's say in Latin America, for example, people will plead guilty to crimes they didn't commit for money and serve the time for wealthy people. That happens a lot.
Have you seen any?
Thank you. Ron's in the chat, guys. Good to see you, Ron. Thank you for joining us. And he says, questioning Anne's actions is not the same as attacking her. We have questions, and I'm willing to hear explanations. And it's the exact same thing I said. So thank you for joining us, Ron. Appreciate you very much. Thank you for your statement, sir, as well. And again, great interview, sir. You guys did a great job.
Cases that have been set aside after the fact or appealed or habeas corpus based on ineffective assistance of counsel for the lack of requirement of allocution.
No, because again, it would not be allowed to happen. No, nobody would allow that to happen. This happened. This case is replete with first times, with outlandish and bizarre occurrences that don't occur in other places. And I think we're forgetting that even though Idaho is part of the United States isn't a country of all these places that get along with the same rules and laws. It's a series of little fiefdoms where people control the narratives, where people can decide when the law gets applied and where. And it's not like we think. And I know because I work in all these, there are places I won't testify anymore. I won't testify in Mississippi, for example. I won't go there and work cases. There are other places I won't go in the world because I know that the justice system is not reliable or ethical. When participating, it actually makes it look like you're being reliable and ethical when they're not. So there are places I will not lend my name to. But Idaho apparently is running its own little system there that's not abiding by sort of the criminal justice norms in death penalty cases that I can tell.
And you've worked on, it sounds like, quite a few cases where there was either DNA or some other evidence that led to someone being exonerated, exculpatory evidence, and they're out now.
Yeah, many. I worked on a case just a few months ago where my report. It's Kansas versus Julius Beasley. You can look it up. It was just 2 months ago, and I had prepared a report in that case a year ago, showing the crime scene was staged and the police had the wrong person. They arrested this homeless woman's boyfriend for stabbing her to death. And I was able to prove the crime scene was staged, the body was moved, she was killed somewhere else and dumped there, and all the elements were there for that. They didn't like that, but they also found out that other people had confessed to the crime, describing it exactly as I had in my report. And so my report, I wound up doing a second report showing that the police had gone back and tried to scrape over everybody who had given information that was exculpatory and hide video evidence and all this good stuff. They were, so the court, the DA actually, the new DA got assigned the case, read both of my new reports and was like, we can't take this to trial. He's not the guy. And they let him out. So I never think of it, but I don't think in those terms. I think in terms of what happened. Right. And a lot of the cases I work that are appellate cases, we get people exonerated. You can go through my resume. You can see the cases I've worked where charges have been dismissed in death penalty cases or murder one cases. You can see the cases where people have been exonerated because of my testimony and that sort of thing. And you can also, you may not know, but I've also worked quite a bit for the police and for attorney general's offices in different parts of the world, assisting with prosecutions and assisting with keeping the right people in jail and keeping the wrong people from going to jail. So the world is full of ethical attorneys and ethical investigators and ethical prosecutors, and sometimes they do the right thing when the evidence is presented to them in the right way.
Suppose an appellate attorney came to you on behalf of Bryan. We don't know if he's talked with anybody or if that's in the works or anything. But let's suppose that an appellate lawyer came and talked to you and wanted to see, or maybe with another expert, do you have any evidence, any thing that you can offer that you think would provide good ground for this being set aside in some manner? Would you have a lot to give them?
Well, yes, my report. My report and the report of every other guilt phase expert working on the case. So every guilt phase expert submitted a report that lines up with mine. Every one of them. So what I'm telling you is this is a bizarre occurrence that comes way out of left field with no change in the status of the evidence that appears to point every arrow away from Bryan Kohberger. I would say this. I would say it another way. Often in cases like this, I anticipate a future involvement being called at the ineffective assistance of counsel hearing for the attorneys involved. Because again, like we started out talking about this, can you imagine a situation where a forensic expert was involved directly in trying to conceal exculpatory evidence from the defendant? Can you imagine that? I'm not gonna live that life. That's not gonna work. I have to make sure that everyone understands it. And the other problem is there's nobody talking to Kohberger except for his family and his attorney, which is still Ann Taylor, which again is, I think, a little problematic, but that's not my call.
That's a lot of problematic. That's a lot. I really hope his family at some point sees that maybe they should be talking to someone else at some point.
Yeah. I don't know how that'll happen. If she's controlling everything and access to him, which appears to be what's going on. We talked about this in the pre-interview, and that is that I don't know what Mr. Kohberger knows or does not know. I don't know what he's been provided or not. I don't know how he's been provided that. I don't have any information about that.
All right, so there's a good point there again to stop. I think that's a big question, and I think a lot of people have questioned that, not only from this interview, but even before, as to what exactly does Bryan know. I think everybody wants to believe that anything Ann knows, Bryan knows, and I think, that's the goal. to believe that. But at some point, I think we question that. Because I know there was stuff that was released after the fact, after the plea, after the sentencing, stuff like that. But it's a big question, I think. I'll say that. Truly and honestly, it's a big question.
Like I said, he dishes out some pretty strong accusations in this interview, and you'd think that somebody would speak up if he's on the wrong track.
Agreed. And his parents,
and by somebody, I don't mean Ann Taylor. I mean people with knowledge, people around the team that would have knowledge.
Well, if you take this statement the way I take this statement, he basically just said that I believe he said that he doesn't believe that Bryan knows about this, and he believes that Bryan is not going to go anywhere as long as Ann is still his attorney. He said it's problematic.
I think we know one thing for a fact now, though.
Go ahead, bud.
At least there's one question that he answered. Is the simple fact is Ann Taylor is still his attorney?
Yeah, that's a definite for sure.
Could you also say that he's accusing Ann Taylor of a crime? I mean, what he's accusing her of wouldn't she be disbarred and potentially face criminal charges?
Yeah, in essence, yeah, he's basically accusing her of burying exculpatory evidence.
Well, that's what I'm talking about. And I mean, when you put it, I mean, if it's easy to say he's just saying that she didn't tell Bryan, but if not telling Bryan, if hiding evidence from him and allowing him to take a plea or sort of pushing him toward a plea, if that's a crime, if that would get her disbarred and criminally charged, we need to, I think, understand the seriousness of that accusation and understand, that, like, what is this guy? Like, this guy's really pouring it on here, like making some big time statements.
And I started to wonder, you guys, as I was watching this last night. Eddie, did you see the comment I threw on screen from G Bean?
Yes, I did.
Okay. There you go, G. I started to wonder if Turvey's doing this to try to force Ann out, possibly. Is that maybe a tactic? Is he trying to force her out or force her into the open with this, possibly? I just wondered.
Well, you know what I mean, though? If that accusation is that serious, he faces a lot of consequences himself if he's just pissing into the wind. If you're just throwing that out there.
Absolutely. Well, he does point out the fact that Ann's office is under investigation at this point as well. But the thing that he does leave out, I'll say, is that so is Thompson's office, so is law enforcement, so is everybody else in this case. They're all under investigation because, and he's going to say it, but I'll tell you now, there was an administrative, we all know about the leak investigation. There was an administrative leak investigation that has been closed. It's done, sealed, shut, and sealed, of course. We'll never know. That's over. They shut that down, and now there's a criminal investigation into this, okay? And it's not just Ann's office they're looking into. They're looking at every aspect of this. They're looking at the defense, the prosecution, probably all of the experts, the barnyards, law enforcement, anything and everybody that touched this case, they're going to look at in a criminal investigation here.
I don't know, maybe I'm getting this wrong. So from the way that I understood it last night, that there was already an administrative investigation that has taken place, and the administration, the administration has concluded, but it's sealed. But I guess because of some strange law, it has to be investigated, criminally investigated, but they can't look at the results from the sealed investigation in order to criminally investigate. I think they have to find the same person essentially, and then charge them criminally. But they can't use the other part of. They can't use the other sealed investigation as evidence. Is that correct?
that's how I took it too, Moto, which is so stupid to me. But yeah, that's how I took it. Like, I think what has to happen is that they've concluded the administrative investigation, like you said. I think with the criminal investigation, what has to happen is they have to match. If that makes sense, they have to match up, and then at that point, the claws come out. If that's how I take this, at least.
And I think that's the trap here, and I think that's why this guy is not being very kind to Anne right now, because she's asked him to talk to the police. He doesn't want to talk to the police because he's been advised against it. Right. But I think this could be a way to trap people that were involved in the investigation, that if they do say something when they're being invested criminally, to get them into some legal hot water themselves, and it slowly starts to essentially silence people that are involved and to stop people from speaking out. I think that's really what the idea of this is.
You could be absolutely right, because he does speak on that once they opened the criminal investigation and contacted him and said, by the way, just so you know, you absolutely can go ahead, even though we have an NDA, please feel free to talk to the police during this investigation. And he was like, no, I'm not doing it. And he basically made it sound like she was trying to set him up. And I get what he's saying, but I have a hard time. I'll say this right now. I have a hard time believing that that's what her point was. Okay. What I think she was trying to do is she was telling him to cooperate with whatever their investigation is, so that it doesn't look like they're not trying to, like they're trying to hide anything. But that's my take on it. I'm not saying that's what it is. Okay. That's just how I took it. But he makes it sound a little bit more harsh, for sure. I'll say that much. I don't know, but he's not there yet. We're going to get to that point. It's coming up actually pretty close, I think. So, anything else to add, anybody?
Yeah, I think it would be awful dangerous for him to try to trap people like Moto Man saying there. Like I said, if everything he's saying here is not concrete, if he's misrepresenting any of it, he could lose. She could sue the pants off him if he's
right.
I'm not alleging that Turvey's trying to trap anybody, is trying to trap somebody. I'm alleging that the state is essentially using this other part of this leak investigation, this criminal one, to trap people that are speaking out about the case, who had something to do with the case.
No, you weren't referring to the statements he's making about Ann Taylor now.
Sorry, say that again, Jesse.
You weren't talking about the statements he's making about Ann Taylor now.
No.
Okay. I'm just saying that the statements he's making about Ann Taylor now are so serious that if he's misrepresenting them in any way, I think she can sue him for his half his net worth. I mean, these are some pretty strong things he's saying about her.
Agreed. Very strong. And that's what I said.
I think he's putting this out in the open in order to sort of build his own defense.
I mean, it could be what it is, to protect himself in this situation because of what may be coming out. You know what I'm saying? Like, he could be trying to say, hey, this is about to hit the fan, and I don't want this coming back on me. So this is what I took part in. This is what I saw. This is what I know. You know what I mean? It very well could be that. I can definitely agree. Again, like I said, to protect himself in my cover your own ass type thing. Just another way I was seeing this, possibly. But I'm not saying that's what it is. I said it could be. And I just accidentally blocked somebody. I'm trying to fix it right now, so just don't get upset. It wasn't done on purpose. I was trying to block somebody else, and your name rolled underneath when I was doing it. I'm working on it right now. If I can find you in here. I know it's in here. There it is. Boom. Okay, you're clear. Sorry about that. Anyway, moving on. All right. He's not worried about that at all, which should tell you something. I mean, it kind of, he doesn't seem to be worried about it at all. I agree with that. All right, Tomboy, be careful. All right, on we go.
What I do know is, in general, when you're working especially on a death penalty case, you have to have a defendant who's actively involved and capable of participating in their defense because they are the decision maker. In this case, what do we got? The argument was, I didn't make this argument. This was a public argument made by Ann Taylor, so it's not a secret. I think she thinks everything she says is a secret. It's not. The reality is that the argument was he had mental health issues. He was not. He was mentally infirm in a lot of different ways and had different disabilities that he was dealing with. That was her presentation to the world. If you accept that as truth, then it's difficult to see how he could participate meaningfully in his defense, even if given all the information. What?
Just to clear up, because I think you kind of already said it, but it wouldn't be standard practice for you to ever communicate within the scope of your role as an expert with Bryan, but you never had communication with Bryan.
No, let's make this very clear. I get asked because a lot of times I get confused.
Guys, I'm going to step away to the bathroom again real quick. I'm just going to let it play. So just let you know I won't be here for about, 5, 6, 10 seconds or something. I'll be right back.
Used for a psychologist. A lot of times judges and
yes, Jesse, I wash my hands as always.
attorneys, they confuse my role as a psychologist. I had a report today that the client wanted me to write about the psychological impact of X, Y, and Z. And I'm like, I'm not doing that. I'm not a psychologist. You hire a psychologist for that. I don't talk to defendants unless I absolutely have to. I've done it maybe in 30 years. I've done it maybe 8 times, maybe. And that's only to go over facts and details at a crime scene to help me understand what happened when they were already stating there was like a self-defense case. And they're saying, this is what happened. Let me show you how. That makes sense. I don't go interview serial killers. I don't go interview mass murderers. I don't interview defendants. I don't collect, mugs and photographs of myself with people. I'm not a trophy collector. That's sick to me. My job is to keep myself objective to the physical evidence. And if I make connections with or communicate with or relationships with defendants, that can get in the way of my objectivity. That's number one. But number two, and this is why I like talking to you guys, because you're legal minds. What happens if I go talk to a defendant in the lockup and he discloses everything to me and then I go on the stand and testify? What happens?
It compromises your report and your role as an expert.
No privilege.
There's no privilege. There's no privilege. There you go. Sam gets the most points for not going over.
And didn't I think when we talked at the pregame, didn't Ann want you to go talk to him by yourself? Like not even necessarily in her presence?
Yeah, I would assume it would be in her presence or with the investigator or something, but multiple times I was asked if I wanted to meet with him and I explicitly said no. I don't do that. That's not what I do. You need me to be completely objective and focused on the physical evidence, not on anything to do with what Mr. Kohberger has to say. And
do you think that there was any intentional reason behind her wanting you to speak with Kohberger?
Oh yeah, the whole thing, again, this is part of the misleading me. She wanted to convince me he was innocent. And I said to her, I don't care. When I'm on the stand, and this is not, again, it's not a secret. I will tell this to any client who hires me. If you put me on the stand and ask me, what do you think of so-and-so? I will say the same thing. I don't care. I don't care about Bryan Kohberger. I don't care about any of the other people involved. I don't care about anybody. I'm not here to make friends. I'm not here to get a date. I'm not here to get political clout. I am here to represent the physical evidence in the trial. I am here to be an objective voice for the physical evidence that exists and does not exist. That's what I do. That's the value that I bring. If I can't do that, then I have no real value, is my opinion.
And we'll get into all your scientific-based conclusions at the end, but I know there's so many comments, so many people want to know. Can we just give them a little taste of what you believe the evidence has shown with respect to him being guilty?
Well, first of all, he is guilty legally. Guilt is a legal posture. He stated that he was guilty in court, and the court basically said, "Yep, you're guilty, and here's your sentence." Okay, so from a legal posture, he's legally guilty. Here's the problem, and this is the conflation of things. You can be legally guilty and factually innocent. Happens all the time. You can be factually guilty and legally innocent. Happens all the time. Okay, so the legal posture is you're guilty. Okay, that legal posture can change. It is not, how do I put this? The law can be negotiated, but science cannot. Okay, the law is negotiated. Well, I'll say it the same way I said this in West Memphis.
All right. Sorry about that, Eddie.
Dago, the part that you've missed was he said that Ann Taylor invited him on more than one occasion to meet the defendant.
Yeah. Yes, they talked about that last night.
Let me ask chat, does that upset you guys? Does that make you mad? Put a 1 if it does.
So, Eddie, I just want to reiterate, though, that Turvey was very impressed with Ann Taylor when they first started working together. And he didn't really, all his criticism of her stems from post-plea, right? So
yeah,
he's not saying he thought she was doing a terrible job or he
plea deal forward is when he got
he complimented her. He said she was sharp. Her mind was like an encyclopedia. She was going full. He was impressed with her work ethic and everything until she told him about the plea. So at this point, he trusted her, I believe.
So my question again was, apparently Ann Taylor asked Dr. Turvey on more than one occasion if he wants to meet with the defendant.
And I don't know if you guys, right? Yes, go ahead.
Does that make people mad?
He's saying it's poor strategy, so it doesn't make me mad. It seems fair to me. Like if you want to meet him, meet him. That doesn't offend me at all. But if what he says is true, that he then doesn't have attorney-client privilege, so anything Bryan would tell him, he can no longer keep secret. So if Bryan says, "Yeah, fuck, I butchered those girls," sorry, maybe I'm not supposed to say that, but he then can't lie. He's not bound by any attorney-client privilege, and that's why it would be improper and poor strategy for him to meet Bryan. I believe that's how he's representing it.
Because I don't believe what he's saying for a second.
Which part?
You don't believe that she asked him many times to talk with Bryan?
Mm-hmm. To meet with Bryan.
Why? If I can ask, why do you come to that conclusion?
That's not what would happen in a right side up world. I mean, that's common sense. That would never happen.
Well, that's kind of why he's bringing it up.
That would never happen.
And he says that he denied it, probably for the same reason that you're saying.
No, I'm not questioning whether he denied it. I'm saying that's a tall tale. I don't believe it. I don't believe Ann asked him that, is what I'm saying. Okay.
Well,
I'll say that if he's lying,
if it comes out that he's lying, there's some serious consequences for that. So
I don't believe what he said there for a second. What surprises me through this whole entire thing is how people are so quick to dump Ann Taylor, jump ship onto Turvey to believe without any facts everything that he says. Much of what he says, he's been hurt. He's really kind of
angry
touched
because
on
of
the
how
theme
she attacked him.
Of he wasn't involved in this decision making, and people are adopting this injury of his and running half informed without hearing the other side. You know, I've interacted with someone in chat, and I'll post a copy and paste. People need to stop defending it. They have no evidence. We all know BK should be free. So I asked that person, do you think that Bryan Kohberger is innocent? No response. Maybe they didn't see my comment. But the point being is, if someone thinks Bryan Kohberger is innocent, they would believe in innocent until proven guilty. But how come people are of the opinion, after just listening and, you know, reading some, you know, paragraphs in a book and listening to him, that Ann Taylor is guilty in the same breath? Guilty until proven innocent.
That's a good question. That's why I said I'm not at the point where until I hear both sides of the situation, I'm not going to throw anybody under the bus. I can't. That's just not how I do it. I never have. So I have to hear the whole wheelhouse, you know, and make my own decision based on that. So
I can't just stress it enough how, again, I'm a layperson, and I know that is ridiculous and would not have done that. That is like fantasy land. And if someone is so quick to believe what he's saying,
it is something that happens.
Almost
they
naive. If you believe that, that's ridiculous.
Well, Eddie, if he's lying, he's going to get caught.
Yeah.
In my opinion, if he's lying, that's what I'm saying. He's making some really strong statements, and that's my point. Is he doesn't appear to be stupid enough to think that he's going to get away with this if he's lying. And I just don't see any world where he's going to make these statements and get away with it if they're just not true or if they're wildly untrue.
Yeah.
We will never hear the rest of this. It's just going to be left up in the air. There's going to be no resolve on these points.
No. I don't believe that. I'll tell you why. Because if he is lying, by any means, she's going to cut him off at the knees, bro.
He could get disbarred. He could. If he's lying, he's disbarred.
Yeah, 100%. Because he's attacking her credibility to the hilt. Okay, and if that's facts, and she comes out and says no, that he's full of shit. This didn't happen. That didn't happen. And here's the proof of this, that, and everything else. He's done. End of story. He's done.
I think we're getting caught up in the wrong stuff here, guys.
Say that again.
I think we're getting lost in the weeds in the wrong topic.
I agree with that. I do. There was something that was stated. Now, I'm not saying that I'm disagreeing with what you believe, Eddie, but it does happen with this situation specifically you're talking about. It does happen, though, that experts can meet with defendants to help to build like a strategy, defense strategy, so on and so forth, and learn certain things. It's in the chat over here. SRB put it in there. But I'm not saying that that means it happened here. All I'm saying is it can happen in general on a regular basis. Hey, Name Ace, good to see you. But no. Like I said, if he's not telling the truth, it'll come to the surface somehow. It'll be put to the surface, and we'll find out at that point. And then everything that's being said will be justified that he lied. So
I'm with Witchy, with what Witchy says.
If he did, and that's another thing too. She can definitely do. That's what I was trying to get at earlier. She can definitely sue him for defamation because she's attacking at some point. It's attacking her character as an attorney, her credibility as an attorney, which will affect and attack her career. He can't do that. If he's telling untruths and she can show the proof of it, oh boy, watch out. Because he will destroy himself upside down, inside out, period.
That's
So,
the
yeah.
thing, is these are just like based on a conversation they had. There's going to be like, a body cam. They both wear body cams full time. And while they interact with each other, there's going to be no resolve to this ever. It's just he said, she said.
Well, what I mean though is like, okay, if somebody goes, okay, there's a criminal investigation going on that's coming up. He's about to talk on that. They're gonna ask these questions. Did this happen? Did that happen? Did this happen? If she's under oath and she lies about it, she's in trouble. But if she comes out right and says, yeah, okay, he's right. This happened, that happened, and here's why. That's where the other side of the story is going to come into play. I'm pretty sure that's going to happen. From what I've seen of Ann Taylor thus far, unless she's completely a different person now, I don't see her allowing this to just sit and float like this. I don't. We already saw her react to him once, very quickly. I mean, within days of his statement and the things he said, she responds to the whole world saying, you need to check his credibility based on his actions. That's a big deal.
I don't want to go into the weeds, but this is so much like a social experiment.
I agree. I agree.
The people just believe what they're told off of hearsay is amazing to me.
Here's the problem. We're trying to decipher a legal problem with a guy who's not a legal specialist. He's a crime scene analyst.
Right.
Let's listen to his crime scene analysis, not his legal opinion. And I think that's the problem with him talking to these lawyers, is these lawyers are trying to get legal situations figured out with him, not what he's actually an expert in the analysis of.
Yeah. No, agreed. That's a good point, Moto. Very good point. And it will take us way out into the weeds if we keep going. So, yeah, I agree with that. Very good point. Very good point.
The sad part is Eddie hasn't seen half of it yet, because I think it's only going to get worse the rest of this interview.
To some point, yeah. Excuse me. So, on we go. I'm sorry, Eddie. Was there more to add, or are you?
No, thank you for asking, Dago.
Yeah, of course. On we go.
Back in the day, back in the long time ago, when I was young and had no beard and was much fatter. There's no physical evidence that suggests that Bryan Kohberger is responsible for this crime. That's all you got. That's all I can say. There's no physical evidence which suggests Bryan Kohberger is responsible for this crime. And anybody who says differently is twisting themselves into a pretzel with unconfirmed circumstantial theories they've created in their head. And by the way, that's why the prosecution was very clearly interested in making the deal.
Yeah. Doesn't explain why the defense made the deal.
No. Doesn't matter.
All right, let's get into the knife sheath. Let's get into that. Sam, you want to start us off with that section?
Yeah, I mean, well, I just want to hear from you, Dr. Turvey. What happened? How did you first go, there's an issue with the sheath? Because that's one of the biggest pieces of quote unquote evidence that everyone's talking about, that the prosecution has always pointed at Bryan about.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's quite a few problems. And the first one is its placement. It is very clearly underneath one of the victim's thighs, sticking out, covered by a comforter, and very evident when you look at it in the photographs. It's hard to miss. But the problem is the knife sheath itself is clean, for lack of a better word. It's not been used. So that's the first thing. There's no usage. It's not like somebody wore it on their belt, and not like somebody scratched it or pulled things in and out, or pulled a knife in and out of it. It's pristine, other than a couple little areas of flecks of blood. So that's the first problem. One, its placement, the location. You can't drop it and find it in that spot. And you can't. There's no evidence of usage of the sheath, and there's no evidence of any massive bloody transfer, which would be expected. If somebody slid that under there, that person would have the bloody hands. We assume, and we infer that it would have bloody hands, and there would be blood on it. There's no blood like that on it. No transfer from hands, and only a little bit of spatter. But it's on top of a sheet that is covered with a star field of blood spatter. Okay, and that blood spatter is not. How do I put it? And this is, again, it's not secret. This has all been revealed. This has all been revealed over and over again. It's just a question of putting it together. The sheet itself has no transfer from that blood on the sheet to the top of the sheath as it slid into that position. And none of those transfers are smeared, which means it happened after the blood dried. That's the first set of problems we got. The second thing is, it was originally observed to be on the floor by Taylor at the crime scene, all right? Much later on. And then finally, of course, after I'd written my report, we had done a very good job was done of going through some chain of custodies, and I was given this chain of custody and said, Turvey, what do you think? Because we think it's a problem, but maybe you have a different opinion because you're a forensic scientist and we're not. What do you think? And I'm like, this chain of custody has been falsified. People go to jail for that. They get put on leave, investigated, fired, and then criminally investigated and go to jail for that. So,
not in Idaho. Pretty,
not in Idaho, apparently. Apparently, it's no big deal.
Their own rules.
Well, anytime you have an attorney or a police officer telling you that chain of custody is no big deal, that to me is a red flag that suggests you should look at every one of their cases to see whether or not they've been falsifying chain of custody. Because a lot of agencies put up with it. A lot of agencies will just ignore when a chain of custody has been falsified.
Yeah, and of course, the law enforcement there said there was no problem with the chain of custody. But what I think I've seen as an explanation given was, yes, there's the handwritten chain of custody, which may have been done after the fact or put on there, but there's also these barcodes. Was there an electronically kept chain of custody?
That's BS. So ignorant, I can't even respond.
Oh my God, it's so bad. It really, whoever is saying that has no idea what a chain of custody is and what the barcodes are for. The barcodes are for locating the item on the shelf. It has nothing to do with the chain of custody. The chain of custody is about who's handled the evidence, who's opened it and closed it, who's received it, who's transported it, so that you can determine whether or not the evidence has been tampered with or altered inappropriately, and therefore who's responsible. If you go through and have one person just create one for everybody, that's not everybody. It's like the same as signing an affidavit. It's a sworn document saying, I am receiving this. I opened it, I examined it, and there's going to be a report, and then I'm giving it back. And then somebody else comes and checks it out. It's a big, so the idea of the barcode thing, that's somebody anybody who's talking about the barcodes as being a chain of custody, they are a functional illiterate when it comes to forensic science and evidence, custody of evidence. Functional illiterate.
That's even some attorneys. I was watching a podcast, I think last night, and I think they were PI attorneys, but one was actually a DA for a long time, and now he's a criminal defense, and he was completely trying to downplay the chain of custody and how it really wasn't that big deal. And even if it was, there was a broken chain of custody, it very likely would not have even impacted the outcome. But Sam and I were
not with him as an attorney, it wouldn't have.
For sure. And what if it would have?
So everybody should take note of who that guy was and never hire him for anything.
Terrible. I had to unsubscribe. Terrible.
There's a lot of ignorance on this issue, but any basic textbook on forensic science explains this very clearly. And what you want to do is have a forensic scientist explain it slowly, like they're talking to a fifth grader when they explain this to attorneys, prosecution or defense, or police officers, because this kind of stuff puts officers in jail when they fabricate what's called falsification of, what do we call it? We call it tampering with evidence, falsification of public documents, false reporting, and forgery.
Can you think of any legitimate circumstance where the chain of custody, as it appeared in this, written by one person, same handwriting, would be legitimate, or would
anything anybody wants to discuss? I need to grab coffee. Nope. Okay.
No.
I will let it roll on. Be right back.
There would be a good explanation.
You can't vouch for somebody else. Let's do it this way. Let's say it this way. We're going to do a drug test of me, and we're going to take those drug tests and put it into a bag, and then I'm going to hand it to I'll hand it to one of you, and you'll receive it. Then you'll hand it to somebody else, and you'll receive it. And you'll hand it to somebody else, and they'll receive it, and then it'll be at the lab and be tested. Okay? but then we forgot to do it. So let's just have me go and do it all, do the whole chain of custody and sign your names on everything. And then we're going to go into court and say, this is a legitimate chain of custody for all the people that examined it, and it vouches for everyone. Is that legitimate? Would you trust that?
No.
Exactly.
You're recreating. You're trying to recreate history.
Well, remember, there was I actually, in response to sort of Ann Taylor's bizarre claims, I posted a couple of articles related to this very issue where law enforcement officers had been fired for falsifying chain of custody. But there was there's a bigger one. There was I can't remember if it was Austin, Texas, or Dallas, Fort Worth, but one of the Texas Department of Public Safety crime labs, they had a huge DNA scandal, a series of them between 2000 and 2008 that got their DNA lab shut down. And one of the things they did was they brought in a new admin, and her job was to go through and make sure all the evidence lined up and was secure and safe and where it was supposed to be, right? The barcodes. Can we find it? Can we find it in the evidence custody, the evidence locker? Well, she didn't have chain of custody for a bunch of the items of DNA. So she just went around and fabricated them and asked people about them. She got fired for that. She got fired when that came out. All right? Because it is an illegitimate, unethical, incompetent, and fraudulent scientific process. You're trying to bolster the credibility and reliability of a piece of evidence by fabricating all the names and signing it yourself. And when you do that, put your job at risk.
Would the prosecution have been able to rehabilitate that by bringing in all the people whose names allegedly appeared on that? To say,
that's the argument, right? That I think is their posture. That well, we'll just bring in people and have them testify about that they actually did do it. That would work potentially, except one, I think the defense would have a huge problem with that because you really can't know whether or not these people are telling the truth well after the fact. But two, not every examination that was known to be done on that sheath was a part of the chain of custody. It was missing. It was missing some of the examinations.
Wow.
Yeah. In Chris's book, he indicates that there was a period of time it was missing too, which is even more concerning.
Yeah. So even if the sheath was not excluded by Judge Hippler, which, who knows what he was going to do based on what he'd done.
There you go, Jess.
Yeah, I was just going to say he made reference to a lab in Texas, and I'm not sure if this happened in Texas and Colorado, but it definitely happened in Colorado in the last few years, that their entire crime lab got turned upside down for basically falsifying evidence. And
right.
So I just think it's an important point to make that this happens. This is when we say that the sheath was planted or the Othram Labs fabricated the IgG, and you say these things, people say, oh yeah, you guys are conspiracy theorists. Well, guess what? Again, I'm not sure if it happened in Texas as well, or if this guy, or if he was wrong and it actually was Colorado.
The rumor is that when Othram didn't basically bring forth what they wanted them to, they were fired. That is what the statement has been made about Othram thus far. Go ahead.
One more thing.
Yeah,
Does
please.
anybody know who the godfather of forensic science is?
No.
That I don't.
Henry Lee. I believe he worked on the OJ case. And he was charged with fabricating evidence.
Yes.
So that's how common this is, that
it is.
That this happens. I'm just trying to bring it to the forefront that this is very common.
Yeah, when a prosecutor wants and has to prosecute a case, they a lot of times do everything they have to. Sometimes stepping slightly over the border of the law, of the line of the law, and it varies at times. I've seen it in a lot of cases, truly. So very, very good point. Welcome, Lissy Lee Hershey. Welcome. Good to have you in the house. So good point. and yes, Jesse. So yeah, I remember hearing that. I don't know if that plays any interest into what you were saying about, the place in Texas and stuff like that. But I do remember hearing that because Othram would not produce or did not produce, that was the word I was looking for, the answer they wanted on this, they were fired on this, which is unbelievable not unbelievable to me, but just one more point to point out that how this went. So
I just want clarification on something, if that's okay.
no, absolutely.
Dr. Turvey mentioned something about Ann's bizarre claims. I think they were right around the discussion topic of the chain of custody.
Yeah, right. Gotcha.
Does everybody remember that? Bizarre claims? Ann's bizarre claim?
I remember him using those words. I can't remember
Yes.
what he was using them about.
Thank you, Tara, so very much for the 5 gifted memberships. I can't see who got them. Congrats. Welcome to the sauce. And again, Tara, God bless. Go ahead, bud. Sorry.
Can anybody answer that? I'd hate to rewind it to listen to it again. And I don't want to.
I remember him saying it.
What's the bizarre claim that the chain of custody is, having one person's handwriting on, these multiple line items on the same piece of evidence?
No, I don't think he was referring to that from Ann. I don't think.
Am I tracking wrong on that then?
I don't think so, because I remember hearing Ann's bizarre claims, and I remember thinking to myself, "Oh, Eddie's not going to like that."
I don't remember what he was referring to, though.
It was lost on me, and no one took notice of it and perked up, wanted to discuss it. So
somebody in chat has to know what that was about.
Yeah, someone has to know. Well, if you know, just type it in chat, and we can move forward.
The barcode of the chain of custody. That is bizarre to say. The barcode is to show where it's located. Right. It has nothing to do with. That was Dallinger that said that, and basically Turvey called him an idiot. But I'm trying to think of. I don't know if he was referring exactly to something she said about that, or if he was referring back to something she had said beforehand. So if you want me to go back, I can.
Well, it seems like nobody really has a grasp of it. Maybe we should.
I definitely remember hearing.
It's not too far back.
And bizarre claims.
Yeah, I heard it for sure. Hold on. Let me back up just a little bit more and see if I can find it here. 1 minute.
MC, all right? Much later on. And then finally, of course, after I'd written my report, we had done a very good job was done of going through some chain of custodies, and I was given this chain of custody. Said, Turvey, what do you think? Because we think it's a problem, but maybe you have a different opinion because you're a forensic scientist and we're not. What do you think? And I'm like, this chain of custody has been falsified. People go to jail for that. They get put on leave, investigated, fired, and then criminally investigated and go to.
I can't remember. Was it before this or after this?
I think it's after that. I hope I'm not wrong.
Oh, it's okay. If it's not, we'll find it.
Jail for that. So.
Not in Idaho.
Not in Idaho, apparently. Apparently, it's no big deal.
Their own rules.
Well, anytime you have anytime you have an attorney or a police officer telling you that chain of custody is no big deal, that to me is a red flag that suggests you should look at every one of their cases to see whether or not they've been falsified in chain of custody. Because a lot of agencies put up with it. A lot of agencies will just ignore when a chain of custody has been falsified.
Yeah, and of course, the law enforcement there said there was no problem with the chain of custody. But what I think I've seen as an explanation given was, yes, there's the handwritten chain of custody, which may have been done after the fact or put on there. But there's also these barcodes. Was there an electronically kept chain of custody?
That's BS. So ignorant, I can't even respond.
Oh my God, it's so bad. It really, whoever is saying that has no idea what a chain of custody is and what the barcodes are for. The barcodes are for locating the item on the shelf. It has nothing to do with the chain of custody. The chain of custody is about who's handled the evidence, who's opened it and closed it, who's received it, who's transported it, so that you can determine whether or not the evidence has been tampered with or altered inappropriately, and therefore who's responsible. If you go through and have one person just create one for everybody, that's not everybody. It's like the same as signing an affidavit. It's a sworn document saying, I am receiving this. I opened it, I examined it, and there's going to be a report, and then I'm giving it back. And then somebody else comes and checks it out. You know, it's a bit. So the idea of the barcode thing, that's somebody who is, anybody who's talking about the barcodes as being a chain of custody, they are a functional illiterate when it comes to forensic science and evidence, custody of evidence. Functional illiterate.
That's even some attorneys. I was watching a podcast, I think last night, and I think they were PI attorneys, but one was actually a DA for a long time, and now he's a criminal defense. And he was completely trying to downplay the chain of custody and how it really wasn't that big deal. And even if it was, there was a broken chain of custody, it very likely would not have even impacted the outcome. But Sam and I were
not with him as an attorney, it wouldn't have.
For sure. And what if it would have?
So everybody should take note of who that guy was and never hire him for anything.
Terrible. I had to cry. Terrible.
There's a lot of ignorance on this issue, but any basic textbook on forensic science explains this very clearly. And what you want to do is have a forensic scientist explain it slowly, like they're talking to a fifth grader when they explain this to attorneys, prosecution or defense, or police officers, because this kind of stuff puts officers in jail when they fabricate what's called falsification of, what do we call it? We call it tampering with evidence.
I'm going to say this one more time, as nice as I possibly can. Everybody's going to have different feelings and opinions in here. And if hold on, I have to get this call, so I'll let this play.
Falsification of public documents, false reporting, and forgery.
Can you think of any legitimate circumstance where the chain of custody, as it appeared in this, written by one person, the same handwriting, would be legitimate, or would be there would be a good explanation?
No, you can't vouch for somebody else. Let's do it this way. Let's say it this way. We're going to do a drug test of me, and we're going to take those drug tests and put it into a bag, and then I'm going to hand it to I'll hand it to one of you, and you'll receive it. Then you hand it to somebody else, and you'll receive it. And you'll hand it to somebody else, and they'll receive it. And then it'll be at the lab and be tested. Okay? But then we forgot to do it. So let's just have me go and do it all, do the whole chain of custody and sign your names on everything. And then we're going to go into court and say this is a legitimate chain of custody for all the people that examined it, and it vouches for everyone. Is that legitimate? Would you trust that?
No.
Exactly.
You're recreating. You're trying to recreate history.
Well, remember, there was I actually, in response to sort of Ann Taylor's bizarre claims, I posted a couple of articles related to this very issue where law enforcement officers had been fired for falsifying chain of custody. But there was a bigger one. There was I can't remember if it was Austin, Texas, or Dallas, Fort Worth, but one of the Texas Department of Public Safety crime labs, they had a huge DNA scandal, a series of them between 2000 and 2008 that got their DNA lab shut down. And one of the things they did was they brought in a new admin, and her job was to go through and make sure all the evidence lined up and was secure and safe and where it was supposed to be, right? The barcode. Can we find it? Can we find it in the evidence custody, the evidence locker? Well, she didn't have chain of custody for a bunch of the items of DNA. So she just went around and fabricated them and asked people about them. She got fired for that. She got fired when that came out. All right? Because it is an illegitimate, unethical, incompetent, and fraudulent scientific process. You're trying to bolster the credibility and reliability of a piece of evidence by fabricating all the names and signing it yourself. And when you do that, put your job at risk.
Would the prosecution have been able to rehabilitate that by bringing in all the people whose names allegedly appeared on that? To say,
that's the argument, right? That I think is their posture. That we were just bringing people and have them testify about that they actually did do it. That would work potentially, except one, I think the defense would have a huge problem with that because you really can't know whether or not these people are telling the truth well after the fact. But two, not every examination that was known to be done on that sheath was a part of the chain of custody. It was missing. It was missing some of the examinations.
Wow.
Yeah. In Chris's book, he indicates that there was a period of time it was missing too, which is even more concerning.
Yeah.
So even if the sheath was not excluded by Judge Hippler, which, who knows what he was going to do based on what he'd done previously. But there still would have been a huge reasonable doubt there for the jury on whether the sheath had been tampered with or could have been tampered with.
That's exactly right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and Ron, I think that's a good point, because I know that everyone brings up the chain of custody, and some people are saying it's not an issue, but when you're looking at the admissibility of potential evidence at trial, it certainly is an issue. What a judge would do with it may be a different thing, whether you'd agree with that or not, but it's still a very important issue, because if it is excluded, then you can't even talk about that at all. It's out.
Or the little piece of DNA in the class. Here's the point. The people who are saying that are people who've already decided what they want to be true or what not to be true. But let's ask ourselves a basic question. It's like saying physical evidence isn't important or necessary. If that's true, then why do we have crime labs? Why do we bother to train people to collect evidence? Why do we bother to train people to test evidence? Why do we have a whole realm of the criminal justice system dedicated to forensic science and the interpretation of forensic evidence? Why is that important? And more importantly, why is the chain of custody right on the outside of the bag? Why is it right there for everyone to see? And why are we bothering to do the signatures? Why does that matter? Because it's super important for reliability and for admissibility. It's super important. And pretending it's not when you do that, it kind of shows your cards a little bit. Shows your cards. Shows who you really are as a criminal justice professional, or even as a commentator, that you've already decided and you don't want to hear it.
And this chain of custody issue with the sheath, this was something that you were bringing to Ann Taylor's attention right about the time the plea came down, right?
Yeah. Well, it was brought to my attention, and then it was asked to me as a question, and I answered the question, and then I was given the assignment of going and looking at all the change of custody for all other important.
And what point was that, though, when it was brought to your attention, Dr. Turvey? At what point, roughly, was that at?
Well, I don't know when everybody else knew, but it was a question that arose at some point. I couldn't tell you when, but it was brought to my attention about a week prior. And then I was given the task of running down change of custody on other items. And again, so that's not a secret.
I'm assuming you shared your conclusions based on your research. I'm assuming you shared those with Ms. Taylor.
For sure.
And you didn't even really have a chance to finish those tasks by the time he pled guilty, right?
Well, I can't answer that. Okay. I completed a lot. Let's put it this way: I completed a lot of tasks.
Okay. What were there other items of evidence that there were chain of custody issues that you did find?
I think that's a question that needs to be answered later. I can only discuss what's publicly disclosed.
Okay.
But I think that's a reasonable question that we should be asking. Everyone should be asking that question.
All right, I already got you penciled in for part 2, Dr. Turvey. That's awesome.
A year from now, after the IAC hearing, right?
There's got to be an IAC hearing, right?
There has to be.
No, there doesn't have to be at all. As long as Anteo is the attorney and representing Bryan Kohberger, there's not any chance of that.
Justice requires it, I think.
Well, I would agree. I will just say this: science and justice both require a level of transparency that we're not experiencing in this case.
Can I ask this?
You can ask whatever you want.
Was any DNA found on that knife sheath ever directly tied to Bryan Kohberger?
Not that I'm aware of.
Well, then why are we seeing that all over the place, that people are saying that Bryan Kohberger's?
Did you have a question, Moto, or a comment? I see you stand up. Was there something you wanted to say?
Yeah, I was actually going back to the chain of custody. I was actually wondering, maybe there's like an electronic log system that they use, because I know other professions you got to sign off on everything, just regulatory stuff.
Right, and I'm sure
Maybe
that they,
the police use some sort of electronic logging system for their chain of custody instead of a pen-based system.
I'm sure that there probably is. The point that was made was that even if there is like a logging system electronically, the point is they still did the name tag thing with the signatures, and they did that wrong. If they were going to do it, they should have at least done it right, is I think the point with that one. You know what I'm saying? And it proves a point that they were just not caring, I guess, is how you could see it if you look at it that. That's how I took it, at least. But I agree with you. It's plausible.
You can kind of see where Turvey's frustration is coming from.
Yeah.
And it's a simple fact. It's just blatant disregard for the law.
What I mean.
Throughout the entire case. And I think that's what this guy's, honest to God, same with everybody else's, that's what their problem is.
I think he found one thing wrong, and it just started making him look at everything because of the type of person he is, you know? And then he just started nitpicking everything apart and finding all these other things, and I think it's driving him insane. And I because of who he is. I get that, I do.
He's got a big ego, that's for sure.
That's a big part of it right there.
He fancies himself as the smartest guy in the room, which is probably the case the majority of the time. But
he makes statements like, we don't breathe the same air, you know, so he definitely is floating up there higher than we are. I'll say that much. I mean, he's very smart. He has every right to be that way. But I think
if I was getting paid by a lot of top dollar lawyers, probably top money to do this analysis, and you know, my analysis seems to be working quite often, I think I'd have an ego too.
Sure. I get it. And I have to respect the side of him that is saying, hey, there's no way in hell that Bryan should be sitting in prison. You need to look at this, this, and this. So I do respect that. Okay. I see the ego. I do respect what he's doing. I think it's a couple different things at one time. So that's why you can. I mean, somebody called me a flip flopper last night in DA's chat, and I about exploded when I saw that. I'm like, you're out of your fucking mind. I've been on the same side of this for fucking. You guys know me as long as you guys have all followed me. You know that I've been on the same side of this. I sat on the fence for a long time in the middle, and Eddie can testify to this just as much as Jesse can too. And it took a long time before I jumped to the full, absolute innocent side with this. And then when I did, I have never left that. Okay. I'm the furthest thing from a fucking flip-flopper. But what I'm going to do is when something's called out, I'm going to point it out. I'm going to look at it. I'm going to pay attention to it until I realize whether it's true or false. That doesn't mean I'm flip-flopping. It means I'm pointing out and asking questions of things on both sides of the fence. That's called having an open mind. It's not being a flip-flopper. So if anybody believes that, you need to get over yourself. Okay. Now you're supposed to have an open mind when you look at these things and be able to weigh out both sides of things evenly and without blowing up on one side or the other. And I do get defensive in some aspects about, some things that are said about Kohberger, this and that. After a while it gets old, but for the most part, I will listen to anything. But yeah, no, I'm not flip-flopping, and it's aggravating as all hell. It's sometimes. So,
Dago, while you're on the phone, did you hear the answer to our question, which was, and her bizarre claim?
It's almost like he pulled it out of nowhere.
Yeah,
it just came out of nowhere. I didn't catch anything off with it.
If I wasn't careful, my takeaway on that would be, because a moment earlier, keep in mind, he was talking about chain of custody and then this barcode thing, and then he almost got like laughing hilariously about, you got to break it down like you're talking to a 5-year-old, and then suddenly out of nowhere he makes a connection with Ann Taylor's bizarre claim, which he didn't get specific on what that was, but our takeaway would only have to be that she is questioning the chain of custody. And therefore, my conclusion, if I wasn't careful and just tuned in and, didn't know, the background of this entire case, I would say, well, Ann's being ridiculous, questioning the state state is being forthcoming and is being ridiculous in questioning anything about the state's conduct in the way they've handled the discovery, etc. Am I wrong in that? Is that everyone's?
No, I gathered what you're
bizarre
saying, and
claim?
I did see it. And I wonder if he's doing it because he's trying to touch on so many bases at one time in a short period of time. I don't know if that's the reason for it, but it is definitely noticeable, Eddie.
I'm wondering if he was about to say like Anne's bizarre claims, and if he was about to elaborate, and then he got cut off, or
that's what I
lost his train of thought. But I
somebody
think
took
it was
him in
just
another direction. I think, yeah.
I think that comment was just randomly inserted in there out of nowhere, and maybe he was going to follow it up and explain, and he just his thought just got cut. But
that's kind of what I was meaning when I said that. Like he's getting pulled a couple different directions and thinking of things at the same time. But it's that's kind of dangerous at some point too, because it can be interpreted in the wrong way if you're not careful. I agree with that. So, absolutely. I did catch it though. Sorry guys, my wife called. She's in another state, so I had to take the call when she called. She was having a little bit of a problem.
Oh, okay. Jenny might have it. The bizarre claim about him in her statement.
Okay, there you go. He does reserve the right to make that statement about, in his opinion, that she was claiming about what he did. Because he's claimed right out of the gate that nothing he said was not already released. So that does make sense if that's what it was, Jenny. I can appreciate you putting that out there. Thank you.
Okay, because the entire statement was about his claim of the chain of custody, right? Like,
yeah,
her statement admonishing him was in response to him saying,
yes,
suggesting the knife sheath could have been thrown out because of chain of custody issue. That does make absolute sense. Yeah,
it does very much so. So thank you, Jenny. Again, this is why we all do this, guys. We all help each other through this. So absolutely makes sense. Thank you very much. Appreciate you.
Yeah, that was a group effort. We wouldn't have got there unless we worked.
That was
right, and that's why we do this. Whether we agree on certain things or not, it doesn't need at all. That's what I was going to say, you guys. But I was wrong, so I want to apologize. There were some people joking around, and I kind of took it. I get a little defensive over you guys, so I took it the wrong way. So my apologies for starting to come out on that. My channel manager corrected me and shut me up real quick, so she smacked me in the mouth. I'm quiet now. We're moving on. Thank you, SRB. Anything else, Moto or Jess or Eddie, before we go forward?
No, moving forward.
We're good.
I'm good.
Okay. On we go. And I'm thinking we're at 4 hours now. I was thinking about splitting this into two parts. Do you guys want to continue on this way, or do you guys want to shut this down and pick this up tomorrow and continue with it? If you go ahead, Jess, I seen you were going to say something.
Yeah, my back's not going to last much longer.
Okay. So if you guys are okay with continuing tomorrow for part 2 of this, because I want to go through every bit of this. That's why we're doing it like this. Put a 1 in the chat. If you guys want to go on today, put a 2 in the chat. Now, mind you, everybody has lives they have to live too, so that's another reason why, because we're at 4 hours already. So please, if you can, if you want to continue to tomorrow on part 2 of this, put a 1 in the chat. If you want to continue going on today, make it a 2, please, and thank you. And
my wife's going to kill me if I'm on this thing much longer.
I kind of thought a lot of people were getting to that point, and my son just walked in the door, and he's not going to leave me alone here pretty soon. And I have to have a couple meetings with these blue people over here, too. So let me see. Are you able to rejoin us tomorrow, Jesse, Moto, and Eddie, possibly?
I should be able to. Yeah, I think it's the most fair for everyone if it's tomorrow too.
I'll give it about a 70% chance. But
okay.
Before we do shut it down, I just want to reiterate to Eddie. I did make a comment about you, Eddie, in the video. You saw the comment. It wasn't intended to be offensive to you. When somebody did offer an attack toward you, I did defend you, and I'm perfectly content to have differing opinions about Ann Taylor, and I'm perfectly content to be wrong about Ann Taylor too. It's just, I don't know. At this point, as a betting man, Turvey is coming out with all the confidence, and it's hard to bet against Turvey at this point because I'm not seeing any. The only thing I've seen from Ann Taylor is that statement, and that statement to me appeared to be a bit of a miscalculated statement. And yeah, it'll be interesting to see how it goes. And I'm not really. I mean, at the end of the day, all this stuff is pointing us more in the direction of truth, and how we get there and who gets to be the hero really of not that much importance to me. If Ann Taylor comes out being the hero and Turvey becomes the villain, that's fine with me. That's not the way I see it at the moment, but we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, no worries, Jesse. Thank you. I would never have that takeaway. We know each other well enough that I would never interpret.
Absolutely.
My concern was on my part. How I behaved. I thought maybe I came across too
good.
strongly for a moment there, and I checked myself. So yeah,
you're a huge part of this family here, bud. You know that. So nobody in here is going to tell you, and we would have talked about it already if it was an issue, and you know that. So it's never going to be an issue, though. You're very well respected here and very looked upon in a very high regard. So you have to realize that. But no, you're fine regardless. That's what this is
I don't
all
mind
about.
being the villain through this, and playing the devil's advocate and making an argument in favor of Ann, because it's too early to judge. At least for me. I'm not going to just take one person's side of it and
that's it.
Assume anything about it. That's
okay. Yeah, agreed. And guys, we have to.
That's not in my character.
No, it's not. It never has been in the 4 years that I've known you. And here's the thing: is that we have to look at this situation just like we've looked at the entire case. Okay, we have to question it all. We have to look at it all. We can't just hear one side of one thing and run and say, "That's it, I'm done. She did it. Fuck her," and move on. You can't do that, guys. We just can't do. That's not fair to either side, nor Bryan. Okay, in that aspect, or the case. Period. So. Just as much as if Ann would have came out now, and this is what would have happened, folks. Everybody that supports Ann Taylor, no matter what, if she would have came forward and said all these things about Dr. Turvey, everybody would have said, he's the devil. His big-ass bald head don't know shit about nothing. Blah, 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 blah. Fuck him. We all know that would happen. We can't do that. We're better than that. And we cannot allow, guys, I've said this day after day. Eddie has supported this. You've all supported this. We talked about this last week. We cannot allow one thing and another thing in this case to split us down the middle. We can't. Okay? We can have differing thoughts. We can have differing opinions. We cannot let it separate us because that is what they want.
I don't know. After listening to Turvey's full interview, I'm pretty set on who I think is responsible, but that's my own opinion.
But in turn,
or who at least is involved. That's my own opinion.
And I agree with that. And here's the thing, though. But you're not going to allow that to change the way you treat people in here. You see what I'm saying?
No, absolutely not. Everybody's entitled to their own opinion.
Right. And that's why this community is so amazing to me, because we can do that, have done that, and will continue to do that. We're going to have different opinions on things. It's okay. And I want that to be known. Nobody, here's the thing, folks. None of us, truly and honest to God, none of us know the truth, period. That's why we're here. None of us do. We can talk about it. We can work it out, but none of us do. And that's the biggest point right there. So I want to thank you all for being who you are, okay, and being able to do that, as well as Moto and Jesse and Eddie. Moto fell out the window again. Thank you, Moto, for joining us and for what you're taking your part in this. Jesse, always happy to have you here. Always have been for years. Same with you, Eddie. You guys are both family to me, and a big part of this channel. All of you are. So thank you for that. And like I said, tomorrow I think we'll pick this up from here because we're pretty much halfway through it, I think, almost exactly, which is good. And we can finish it out tomorrow, and then we can break it down and discuss what we take out of the whole thing as we take each spot of it and break it down. So there's that. But again, Jesse, thank you. Eddie, thank you. And I will definitely be back out here tomorrow. depending on what time Kim goes live, it'll usually be right after her if she does go live. So probably about the same time, maybe a little bit sooner. We'll see. Moto, thanks again for joining us, and everybody in the chat, thank you so very much for joining us today. You guys are absolutely amazing. I appreciate each and every one of you so very much. Thank you to my amazing moderators, without whom I would not be here at all doing this. I couldn't do it without them, and I appreciate you all so very much. And of course, there will be a meeting after this if possible. So guys, make sure you tune in for it tomorrow. Thank you so much. Anybody that chose to support our channel in other ways, whether it's the Cash Apps or anything like that, God bless. We appreciate, never ever expected, but always appreciated. That being said, I hope you guys have an amazing rest of your night. Don't forget to love yourselves and love each other. That's very important. And please, please, please don't ever change a thing, because that is truly what makes you all the beautiful people. You guys have an amazing night, and I will see you very soon. Take care, Jess. Take care, Eddie. God bless.
Pleasure chatting with you guys tonight.
Absolutely. Go get some sleep, Jess.
Thanks again, Dago.
Anytime, Eddie.
For having me up. And we'll see everyone tomorrow. Good night, everybody.
Have a great night, brother. All right. Here we go.
The coffee's cold. The final stain. We lay the map out in the pouring rain. No hidden corners left to creep. The dark truth woke while the city was asleep. The evidence lines up straight and true. A perfect picture of what they chose to do. The quiet street erupts in flashing light. A reckoning dead in the night. SWAT serves the warrant, loud and clear. The sound of justice, the only thing we hear. At the TruCrime Cafe, we watch the suspect finally pay. The dark truth is backed and signed and sealed. The wound is closed, the name is finally healed. It's finally healed. The cafe's empty, closed for the night. We put the darkness back into the light. We'll wipe the counter, set the empty chair, and wait right here for the next secret nightmare. Until the night